Okay, so this is Sophie Page's To Marry a Prince, as commissioned by Teresa through being an alchemist of mine over on Patreon. So thank you to Teresa for her support, and thank you to all of my patrons, past and present, for all the support that you have provided. It is incredible. Thank you. So, Chapter 8. Can you keep a secret? Girl about town. It was the start of the strangest 2 weeks of her life. Basically, she felt she was living two lives. There was the Bella who was picking up the strands of her old life, seeing friends, working at the dentist's surgery, meeting her brother for a drink. And there was the Bella who took Richard's phone calls and made dates to meet him, which got cancelled at the last minute. Lottie, the only one who knew, shook her head. "He's got you on a string." "He can't help it," said Bella defensively. "His father isn't well. Richard's taking up the slack, and I can't call him. He's always in a meeting or on his way somewhere. Surrounded by people, anyway. So he can't talk, not properly. He has to phone me when he's alone. Well, he does if he wants to keep it a secret." Lottie sniffed. "Which leaves him calling all the shots." "Yes, but that wasn't his choice," Bella said candidly. "He was willing to take our chances with people finding out. I was the one who wanted to keep it, well, private." Lottie shook her head over this lunacy. "Why on earth? I thought it would be easier to back away from if it didn't work out. You know the idea. Keep it casual and nobody gets hurt." "This is casual?" Bella stiffened. "We're not committed or anything." "Huh, you could have fooled me," muttered Lottie into the fridge. "Neither of us have made any promises," Bella told the back of her head, loudly and clearly. Lottie took out her breakfast orange juice. Okay, keep your hair on. You're both fancy-free. You can each date anyone you like." Bella glared. "No, I thought you didn't mean that," said Lottie with satisfaction. "Oh, go to work and give someone else hell. I need to put on a happy face." But even if her flatmate disapproved, at least Bella could talk to Lottie about Richard. With everyone else, she had to remember not to mention him. What was worse, she couldn't talk about anywhere they'd been together in case it invited questions, and she let something slip. It made for some silent coffee breaks. "This thing is changing my character," she told Richard when they snatched half an hour in a bookshop cafe in Piccadilly. "Mine too," he said cheerfully. "Until I met you, I'd never gone out in disguise before." Today he was wearing jeans and a lopsided baseball cap, along with Clark Kent spectacles with no lenses in them. She leaned forward and straightened the baseball cap. "Your own mother wouldn't know you." "I know. I'm getting good at this. The secret to look like a nerd. Nobody looks at nerds twice." She grinned. "Greater love hath no man than he will dress up as a nerd for his lady." He made a face. "Not dress up. I'm playing hide and seek with my security patrol too, and those guys are trained." That hadn't occurred to Bella. She said in quick alarm, "You're not putting yourself in danger?" "Nah, I'm just being a little less amenable than usual. It gets us half hours like these while they scamper around looking for me." But Bella was still worried. He touched her cheek reassuringly. "It's good for them. A couple of those guys had written me off as a pussycat. Now they know different. But, hey, they were due a challenge. She stared at him for a long moment and made a discovery. You're enjoying it. Too right. He caught himself. Though, of course, I'm only doing it for you. I feel truly cherished, said Bella with irony. So you should. Even though he was teasing, the warmth in his eyes was like a caress. She laughed and conceded him the point. And after he had slipped away, back to business as usual, she carried that look with her all day. It was turning out to be more difficult to see each other than Bella could have ever imagined. It's the time of year, Richard said. People go mad, trying to shoehorn in a royal event before Christmas. One day I'm in London in the morning, Cornwall for lunch, and Manchester for dinner in the evening. Crazy. It will be better in the new year. You were going to let me see your diary, Bella reminded him. They were curled round each other on Lottie's sofa, drinking hot chocolate and half watching an old Audrey Hepburn movie. He was surprised. I thought Ian had already sent it to you. I'll get it sorted tomorrow. Lottie came in from work then, tired but pleased with the way her evening PR event had gone. Richard untangled himself and stood up courteously. Bella turned off the television. No, don't do that, said Lottie, kicking off her shoes and padding across to the fire. Finish your film. I'm beat. I'll just fall into bed. But she was so obviously cold and hyped up that Bella insisted on making her some hot chocolate too, while Richard built up the fire so that Lottie could toast her toes. I have to be going soon anyway, he said with regret. Early start tomorrow. I'm on board ship for breakfast. Lottie shuddered and held her hands to the blaze. Oof, rather you than me. It'll be fine. The only problem is sorting out time for Bella and me to be together. He's very inventive, Bella remarked, bringing Lottie's hot chocolate. He escapes from his minders and comes dressed as a nerd. So far, we've met in a bank, a bookshop, and on the main concourse at St. Pancras Station. Nobody has given us a second glance. People see what they expect to see, Lottie agreed. But later, when Richard had gone, she said, I have an idea. Do you know which evening receptions he's going to? Say, striking distance of London? Bella didn't, but Ian did eventually disgorge Richard's official programme. Poor lamb. First of all, he has to go to endless drinks receptions, then he goes on to dinners and gets made speeches at, she told Lottie. Can you still do silver service? When they were students, they had both earned extra dosh from moonlighting as waitresses at weddings and directors' lunches. Bella said now, I suppose so. Why? Because I think you ought to tell Anthea that you're available for some evening work. What? Why? I'm not short of money. Lottie sighed patiently. There's no reason for Richard to be the only one who's inventive. You get yourself onto the caterers' waitresses roster and surprise him. Ta-da! Bella thought about it. That's not a bad idea, Lots. Although you'd have to get clearance to work at Royal Dues, I suppose. I'll ask Ian, said Bella, more and more intrigued by the idea. The security officer thought it was a hoot and put her in touch with a terrifying woman who provided stand-in footmen and butlers for big palace occasions. With Christmas coming up, Ellen Catering would be looking for extra occasional staff, she said, and with a royal security officer as one referee, Bella was a godsend. Could she also provide 3 other references, including one from a minister of the cloth and one from a J.P.? Bella did. Nothing happened. In fact, it took so long that she had almost forgotten the wheeze. Then, one night in November, she got a phone call out of the blue. Would she be available that night to serve at a reception at the Landscape Gallery? Their staff had been struck by flu, and Lottie had mentioned that Ms. Greenwood might be available. Bella consulted the coded notes that they had transcribed into her own diary and saw that Richard would be going to the reception before dinner with the gallery's director. Realistically, there was not much chance of seeing him, still less managing to talk to him, she knew. Still, at least they would be in the same room, and if she got lucky, she could wave across the room at him. They developed a series of rather good secret agents' hand signals. Fine, she said. Where and when? They told her. Also, could she provide her own black trousers and shoes as flat as possible? They would give her their uniform steward's jacket, but she would need something black to wear underneath it. Bella swapped duties with another receptionist and left work early to race home and bundle her supplies together. She did not have time to get out to the caterer's West London headquarters, but turned up at the tradesman's entrance of the gallery as arranged. The kitchen was in the state of controlled ferment that Bella recognized from her student years. She slotted in with the ease of long practice. The only thing that surprised her was that her steward's jacket turned out to be quite sexy. White with black piping, nipped in at the waist, and rather low cut. Not ideal. White shows every mark, and people will spill things, said the organizer briskly. But the laundry didn't get our black uniforms back in time. So, we're down to our summer yacht club rig. Oh, well, at least the presence of royalty should stop a food fight breaking out. It was a huge party. Nearly 1,000 guests, Bella calculated. It spilled over 5 galleries and 2 floors and out onto a heated terrace. She was run off her feet, carrying large silver trays of canopies to the furthest corners of the room, fending off hungry guests until she got to her appointed station. As she expected, she did not get so much as a sniff of the royal party. "You're good," said the organizer, impressed. "Take this through to the Woodery Gallery. It's for the director's party. Make sure the ravening hordes don't strip it bare before you get there." "That means it's the hypoallergenic tray for the bigwigs," one of the other waitresses told her, looking harassed. "Sir Brian Woodley is the guy who gave the money for this new gallery, and he can't eat eggs, dairy, nuts, God knows what else. All that worrying over his billions, I guess. Who'd be rich? Good luck." Bella got the tray through the crowds and was directed to the official party. The speeches were over, and they were standing in front of a picture of a cliff overlooking a stormy sea. She moved quietly among them, concentrating on keeping the big tray level and trying to identify the food-challenged benefactor, when she heard a strangled sound to her left. Looking round, she saw Richard staring at her. Staring? Glaring, more like, completely ignoring the VIP who was talking to him and narrowing his eyes at her if she and her canapes would poison him. She recoiled. Her tray tilted dangerously. "Whoops," said one of the VIPs, restoring it to the horizontal. "I'm so sorry," murmured Bella, tearing her eyes away from Richard. He looked furious. She had never thought of that and was completely taken aback. So, she concentrated so hard on what she was doing that it hurt. Nobody else seemed to notice or to blame her for the near accident. Indeed, she got a kind word from the director and a nod of appreciation from the egg-allergic benefactor. But Bella could only be thankful when the tray was cleared and she could race back to the kitchen. Only, as she approached the staircase... "One moment," said a voice behind her. She turned. It was Richard, still furious, she could see, but hiding it well under a layer of courtesy, as he shed his attendant VIP with smiling charm and strode over to her through the crowd. She flattened herself against the wall in the hopes that he wanted to get past her, but no such luck. "Can you get me another of those anchovy pastries?" he said loudly. "Yes, of course." "Sir?" "What?" he said under his breath. "You call me sir, or people will notice." But for once his eyes weren't smiling when he said it. What was wrong? "Of course, sir," said Bella, confused. "Well, jump to it then." She jumped. The kitchen was impressed. "Hey, His Royalness likes our anchovy straws," said the organizer. "Nibbles by royal appointment, no less." The chef put a fresh batch into the oven, and Bella took a smaller tray on a quick circuit of the nearest room to be back as soon as the anchovy straws were cooked. 15 minutes later, she was weaving her way through the guests on the big staircase again, this time carrying a small basket of warm, savoury pastries, looking for Richard. When she finally saw him, he was standing firmly in front of a set of 3 paintings, listening to a guide, or it might even be the artist, hold forth to the director's party. Bella hesitated. As if he could feel her eyes on him, Richard looked up and made one of their hand signals, acknowledging her and pointing towards the far end of the screen. It was so fleeting that nobody could have been certain that he did it, or not unless they were watching him closely. He was a born conspirator, thought Bella, somewhat reassured. She must remember to tell him so. She eased her way through the crowd. There was a respectful distance between the director's party and everyone else, which resulted in even tighter bunching at the margins. Several times she lost sight of Richard altogether, and by the time she got to the edge of the screen, he and his host and fellow guests had moved on. She hovered, not sure whether she was meant to follow them or not. But even as she stood there undecided, she saw Richard's head turn, and he was retracing his steps. He did not look up. He was frowning down at the catalogue, but he made a gesture which might just have been a signal to retreat behind the screen. "Oh, hell," thought Bella. "Still, what have I got to lose?" She backed round it, and found herself in a narrow space full of chairs and signboards. She nearly backed out again, only almost immediately Richard was with her. "Quick!" He put one hand over her shoulder and did something complicated to a wall-mounted console she hadn't noticed. A bit of wall slid away behind her. Inside. Bella backed, predictably stumbling a little. She caught hold of him to steady herself, and stood there, blinking, as the wall closed again behind him. It left them in darkness, except for the streetlights beyond the uncurtained windows. Richard's breathing was thunderous. They appeared to be in a small boardroom. Just at the moment, it was a dumping ground, not only for chairs, but for step-ladders, paint pots, and unmistakably dust sheets. It smelt of turpentine. "Gosh, they only just got the place finished in time, didn't they?" Bella said brightly. But Richard was not interested in the gallery's refurbishment issues. He towered over her like an avenging angel. "Just what the hell do you think you're doing?" Before she could answer, he drove her back against the baize-covered boardroom table and was kissing the life out of her. When at last Bella got her breath back, some of her breath back, he was kissing her neck, her hair, her temples, and muttering. She swallowed hard. You're crazy," he whispered urgently. "You know that. Mad as a Cornish cat. This party's crawling with photographers, journalists, of all persuasions, not to mention a whole bunch of people who would sell their granny for a name check in the gossip columns. And you waltz in, looking like something out of a 1940s musical, and expect to get away with it? Nobody looks at waiters." "Huh." His laugh was a half groan. "They look at perky waitresses dressed like cabin boys. Sexy cabin boys." "Oh. I just bet there's half a dozen dirty old men out there who already have a picture on their phone." He flipped open her mess jacket and did some complicated breathing into her cleavage. "God, you're gorgeous," he said, muffled. Bella's head went back and her toes started to do that curling for the carpet thing again. "Is this wise?" Her voice came out high and breathless. "Nope." He was laughing, intent, and there was no way he was letting her go. She was racked with pleasure. "What if someone comes in?" "Your problem," he said smugly, not raising his head. "I don't care." She gave an involuntary gasp of pleasure. "Don't do that." He did lift his head then. "Don't you like it?" "That's not the point." "Thought so," said with satisfaction, and went back to driving her quietly out of her mind. Bella stuffed her knuckles in her mouth and concentrated on not screaming the roof off. Then various irritating fastenings began to give her, and her concentration became even more focused. They toppled sideways, Richard laughing like a maniac. She felt a shoe fall away, then her trousers, and suddenly he wasn't laughing anymore, and neither was she, as they pulled at each other's clothes almost desperately. A tiny and diminishing bit of her brain said, "I don't do things like this, and nor does he." But her body wasn't having any truck with that. There was that moment of total completion as he slid inside her, and then they were off on a crazy ride, and she stopped thinking at all. She floated gently back to earth to find he had collapsed on top of her, his mouth against the naked skin of her armpit. Naked? How did she get naked? She smelled warm skin and freshly laundered cotton and shampoo. Or was it aftershave? And distinctly the whiff of new paint. She moistened her lips and discovered she was tasting champagne that she had never drunk. "Oh, Lord," she said, as her brain came tiptoeing timidly back into consciousness. He stirred. His tumbled hair was soft against his sensitized breast, her sensitized breast. Bella shivered involuntarily. "What?" She began to push at him. "We need to move. We've got clothes to find." At once he was alert. He sprang to his feet, only to trip over his own trousers and stagger, hobbled, to the boardroom table. He held onto it like a drunk in a western saloon. Jesus! Bella could not help herself. She started to laugh and couldn't stop, lying on the carpet, convulsed and helpless. He looked down at her, sprawled and giggling. He ran a hand through his wild hair. A slow smile dawned. "You are disgracefully tempting." And then the worst imaginable thing happened. A door that neither of them had been aware of opened at the far end of the room. He dropped like a stone to the carpet and rolled under the table. Bella hauled up her trousers and grabbed her jacket, trying to wriggle deeper into the shadows and join him. She found that she had picked up a carpet burn. "Ouch!" She shut up at once, but was it too late? She could not see anyone for the piles of chairs and the big table, but that door was definitely still open. She held her breath, aware that Richard too was hardly breathing. His hand felt for her across the carpet, and she realized that he was sitting with his knees up, his back against the table leg. He gathered her against him, comfortingly, and they braced themselves for discovery as Bella buttoned her steward's jacket. A hectoring voice said, "This looks terrible. If Sir Brian asks, you'll just have to say that the paint is still wet. We'll have to keep it locked. We can't have royalty coming in here." "Too late," muttered Richard into Bella's hair. She was starting to shake again, with agonizing, silent laughter. The bossy person went out and closed the door decisively. Silence and shadows reigned again. "Oh my God," said Bella, on a long, shaky breath. Richard was stuffing his beautiful shirt back into his trousers. "Too right," he said with feeling. She thumped back against the piled chairs with a great sigh of relief. "I thought we were for it." "Yeah, me too." But he didn't sound as worried at the thought as she would have expected. Instead, he sounded positively tranquil, even pleased with himself. What happened to that terminal good behaviour syndrome? He laughed. I must be getting over it at last. He stood up, shaking out his jacket, and held his hand down to help her up. She took it and came lightly to her feet. "Trying for normality," she said. "That was unexpected." Her voice did not sound like her own. "Tell me about it." Richard's hair was all over the place. Her fault, Bella realized. She tried to restore order to it, without much success. He caught her hand and carried it to his lips, kissing the palm. "Why didn't you tell me what you were going to do? Do you know what I felt when I saw you?" "Yep, I think that was pretty clear." "You were damned lucky I kept my cool." She wriggled a little, appreciatively. "Not that cool." He shook his head, laughing. "Call it a slow burn, then." He shot his cuffs. "Have you any idea how far outside my comfort zone this is?" Bella was indignant. "And whose fault is that?" Mine. If you hadn't jumped on me..." "Stop it," he said, not laughing now. She widened her eyes innocently. "And you can stop looking like that, too. I have 3 hours of speeches, compliments, and landscape art to get through. I need zen, not an inner eye full of you looking, well, like that. Bella raised an eyebrow. Okay. He rebuttoned the offending mess jacket and straightened it over her hips. His hands lingered, as if they had a will of their own, but he said, "No," and put her away from him with resolution. "I have places to go, people to be bored by. This has gone far enough. I am leaving now." Just before he pressed the button to slide the door open, he turned and said, as if it were desperately important, "I need to be with you tonight. Will Lottie be okay with that?" "I'll sort it," said Bella, dazed. "Of course," said Lottie when she called. She didn't ask any more, and Bella didn't volunteer any confidences, but they had known each other a long time. "I think I'll stay over at Katie's. We're going to a movie and it'll be easier." So they had the flat and the night to themselves, and they didn't talk about the diary, or the dangers of being found out, or friends, or family, or anything but the moment and what they wanted next. It was their last night together for nearly 2 weeks. There were no more evenings in front of Lottie's fire, not even curtailed ones. They spoke during snatched moments on the phone several times a day. Although they went on to radio silence at Bella's request, when her mother came up to town for a day of exhibitions, shopping and pampering. "I can't face standing next to her and talking to you on the phone," Bella told Richard frankly. "She'd be over the moon if she knew. I couldn't bear it. I know that. But not telling her feels so underhand somehow." "I can relate to that. Okay, silent running on Thursday. We can have a nice long call after midnight to make up for it." They did. But in all that time they only met face to face twice. Once in a sandwich shop with Richard disguised in jeans and a Millwall supporters scarf. Once at a literacy fundraiser for which Lottie's company was doing the PR. Richard was guest of honour, of course, very princely in tuxedo and all the trappings, monogrammed cufflinks included. He and Bella had a sedate dance. She did her usual trick of falling over her feet. He managed to stay looking regally courteous and kept her at a decent distance, but a muscle worked in his cheek, and she knew it was no easier for him than for her. "This is torture," Bella muttered. "I know, I'm sorry. You've been very patient, and at least we've got dinner next week." "A whole evening? Do you think you can stick to it this time?" "Definitely. I've told everyone on my staff that nobody interferes with my night off. If they try to put anything in my diary that evening, I'll send them all on an endurance team-building exercise in Sutherland in December." Bella laughed up at him. That should scare them. His arm tightened. Too right. He looked down at her searchingly. "How are you doing, my love?" "Fine. Great. I'm seeing Neil tomorrow. He's come up to London for some teacher's bash, and we're having a quick meal before he gets the train home." "Sorry I can't meet him." Bella shifted uncomfortably. She was coming to realize that Richard didn't understand why she didn't want to tell her family. He was fine with keeping their relationship secret from the media, but it was increasingly obvious that he minded not telling his own family, especially his brother George, and he'd said more than once that he would like to meet various members of her family. He didn't press it, but it was there, undiscussed, like so much of this relationship. She said now, "Maybe someday. I'll hold you to that." Bella thought he probably would. God, this thing was going so fast. She said defiantly, "Anyway, you haven't got a window to meet anyone new for months. Don't forget I've seen the diary." He laughed. "Huh, have you studied it so closely?" "Ian more or less told me to eat it after I'd read it, so I thought I'd better. You know, I've only got hard copy. He refused to let me have a memory stick, said I might lose it." "He's a careful man," she harumphed. "He went on as if it were a state secret." He laughed aloud. "Bits of it probably are state secrets." Oh God, I keep forgetting." He looked as if he wanted to kiss her. "Carry on forgetting. I like it." So Bella went to meet her brother next day, wearing a big fat smile that she could not get rid of, no matter what she did. Waiting for her in their favourite Covent Garden wine bar, Neil, not formerly the most observant of men, saw it at once. "You look cheerful." "I am." She hugged him. He raised an eyebrow. "Do I need to congratulate you?" At once she was very wary. "What? Why? What have you heard?" "Francis proposed, has he?" "What?" "Ma thinks that you've left the island so Francis would miss you, see the error of his ways, and propose." Bella snorted. "Ma is delusional," she said, settling herself on a tall stool and inspecting the cocktail list. "Francis is history, except for whiny texts when he can't find something, of course. Even those are tailing off." She could feel her brother studying her. "And that's okay?" She shrugged. "I get pissed off when I have to give him a step-by-step guide to find something for the 5th time. Apart from that, no problems." Neil looked relieved. "I'm glad. I mean, I know he does good work and everything, but he really is a pompous prig." Bella agreed cordially. "But Ma was so sure you had a thing for him." "I did for a while," Bella admitted. "I grew out of it." "Have you tried any of these 1920s cocktails?" He shook his head. She considered. "What do I feel like? A sidecar? A white lady? What about a perfect lady? That sounds like me. And it's got peach in it." He hooted. "A perfect lady? You?" Bella was oddly put out. "Oh, come on, Neil. I'm not that bad." "You're not that bad at all," he said affectionately. "You're great. You're just not a lady." "Ouch." "Good thing, too. Ladies are a pain in the butt," said Neil, with unusual bitterness. "Always poking and prying and showing off to each other, telling you what to do." This was serious. Bella put down the cocktail card. "What's wrong, Neil?" He shifted his shoulders irritably. "Don't you start. Ma's been at me ever since I told her Val and I weren't coming for Christmas." Yeah, she said something about that." "I just bet she did." "She seemed to think you'd been talking to Finn. She said it was all his fault." He laughed, but it didn't sound amused. "Tell me about him. Val and I want to stay in our own home for Christmas, so it has to be somebody's fault. What can I say? From Ma's perspective, Finn's the usual suspect." Bella said cautiously. "Doesn't sound like him." "Too right. When did our father ever notice Christmas?" There was that new note of bitterness again. Neil rubbed his face, and Bella realised how tired he looked. Not just tired after a heavy day's conferencing, but bone-tired, as if he'd been carrying something for too long and had just suddenly ground to a halt. Feeling even more worried, she said, "Has something happened?" He gave her a stricken look, and his eyes filled suddenly. Horrified, Bella realised that she had hit pay dirt, and that was exactly the moment that the barman came up to take their order. "Perfect lady," she said at random, "and brandy Alexander for my brother," because that was what he had liked years ago, before he was married. "We'll sit over there in that alcove. Can you bring them over?" Sure thing," said the barman easily. Bella grabbed up their coats and Neil's briefcase and herded her brother towards the secluded table. The wine bar was in an old cellar, and its brickwork walls were supported by numberless arches, providing alcoves that gave an illusion of privacy. She dived for one of the smallest. It was clearly designed for lovers, with a little candle flickering in a glass holder and a fresh posy on the polished table, but that couldn't be helped. Neil sank down onto the old settle and blew his nose hard. "Sorry about that," he said, plainly embarrassed. "Been a long day. Stuff has obviously been going on while I've been away. Come on, give." He leaned back and closed his eyes. "Okay, I suppose I've got to tell someone." Bella felt a cold clutch in her stomach. "There's something wrong between you and Val?" They'd always seemed so in love, so good for each other. The successful businesswoman and Bella's gentle, laid-back brother. He opened his eyes. "You're not to tell anyone else, right? Particularly not Ma. Promise." "I promise." That was when the dam broke. "It's like I can't do anything right. She's angry all the time. When she gets home, if I talk to her, I'm insensitive because after a 14-hour day, she's too exhausted to make conversation just to amuse me. And if I don't talk to her, I'm taking her for granted, or ignoring her, or being petty and spiteful. I tell you, Bella, I'm lost." She was appalled. What started it? Something must have. He looked wretched. "Val lost a baby," he said boredly. "Oh, Neil, no. I'm so sorry. I didn't realise it would be so bad. I mean, we'd only just found out she was pregnant. It wasn't planned or anything. In fact, Val wasn't very keen at first. She said it was the wrong time in her career, but then we both got used to the idea, and, well, it's exciting, isn't it? So we had about a week of talking through plans and thinking about baby names, and then she had this bad cramp, and, well, it happened." Bella took his hand. Neil looked surprised. They were not a demonstrative family, but he seemed to appreciate it and did not draw away. "At first, Val was great, very practical, you know. The doctor said there was nothing wrong with her. It was just one of those things, no reason why we couldn't have other children. And she said that was good to know, and she was glad she hadn't told anyone. Then she went back to work at once." He looked at Bella wretchedly. "That was the only time I did anything. I did say, stay at home, take a few days to recover. But Val was so sure she could handle it, and so I didn't argue." "It would take a strong man to argue with Val," said Bella, who was fond of her sister-in-law, but careful around her. "I should have been strong," said Neil, even more wretched. "So what are you going to do? Counselling?" He shook his head. "I suggested that. Val won't hear of it. She says it's our business, nobody else's. She says it's just because she's overworked at the moment and we'll come through this." It didn't sound like it to Bella. But, she prompted. Sundays are hell, Neil burst out. I can cope most of the week, have lesson plans, marking, and Val leaves early, and more often than not, it's nearly midnight when she comes home, so we're not together that much, but Sundays are a battlefield. He gave a sort of unamused laugh. That's what I was talking to Finn about, to be honest. You were asking for advice about marriage from Finn? Good God, no. I was after advice on weekend adventure activities. Something where I'd have to do lots of training. Something to, keep out of the house all Sunday, basically. Bella was silenced. Oh, well. Oh, sorry, it's the brother. Oh, well. I suppose we'll sort it out somehow. People do, don't they? Their parents hadn't, thought Bella. She did not say so, but she could see from Neil's expression that he was thinking the same thing. They had a subdued meal, and when the time came to part, Bella felt so tender of him that she saw him to the main line station. At the barrier she hugged him hard, as if he were going off on some long and terrible voyage, and stood watching him stomp off down the platform until he boarded the train. Bella felt very cold going back to Lottie's flat. Cold and lonely. The underground was harshly lit, and everyone else in the carriage seemed to be part of a couple, holding hands or cuddled up together against the world. The flat was dark and empty. She remembered. Lottie was working again tonight. Just like Richard, she thought. He was at a gala concert in Leeds, followed by some sort of reception. He would not be answering his phone. But suddenly, Bella desperately needed to speak to him, so she didn't text, but left a voicemail. Saw my brother. Things aren't good. When you get a moment, I'd like to, hear a friendly voice, really. She tried to pull herself together. Hope the music was good. It wasn't worth lighting the freshly laid log fire, so she put on the small electric fire to boost the central heating and huddled over it in the dark, too sad to read or even to go to bed. She did not know how long she sat there in the half-dark before the phone rang. She checked the number and felt better at once. Hello, Richard. Hello, lovely. Tell me everything. She did. Well, some of it. Some of it was Neil's private business, of course, and Val's. But when I looked at him, I could see all those years of awfulness when Finn and my mother were married. I could see it all starting up again with Neil and Val. And I knew he did too. He looked so forlorn, Richard. I wanted to make it better, and I couldn't. There was a short pause. Then, "Where are you?" he asked. "In the flat," said Bella, surprised. "Where's Lottie?" "Doing a product launch in Birmingham." "So she won't be back tonight?" Bella looked at her watch. "Shouldn't think so. Not now." "Blast." He sounded worried. She hastened to reassure him. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to talk to Lottie. If she were here, I'd be curled up in my room. I don't want to talk to anyone except you." There was an odd silence. For a moment, she thought she'd lost the signal. "Richard, are you still there?" he said decisively. "Right, don't go to bed. I'll be there as soon as I can." "What?" "I don't want you to be on your own," he said simply. "Not feeling like this." "Oh, Richard, I'll call you as soon as I have an ETA." And he rang off. Bella felt so much better after that. She actually roused herself enough to make a cup of tea. She turned on the table lamps in the sitting room, and then went into the kitchen and did the washing up from breakfast. And then Richard called back. 2 hours. She nearly dropped the toast rack she was decrumbing. That's impossible. He sounded angry, though not with her. No, it isn't. I might be a horrible boyfriend in the support department and too far away when you need me, but at least I have access to helicopters. See you later. He cut the call before she could argue. Wow, said Bella, sitting down slowly on the sofa. She felt as if someone had sandbagged her when she wasn't looking. She felt muzzy-headed, and she couldn't seem to breathe properly. Did he say he was my boyfriend? She decided to light the fire after all. When he arrived, she flew to the front door and walked into his arms. They stayed there for ages, just hugging in the dark little hallway. Thank you, she said at last in a muffled voice. Thank you, he said, kissing her hair. What? Why? She asked, honestly puzzled. I mean, I throw a wobbly and you thank me. What for? For calling me. She pushed herself away from him a little and stared up at his face. He seemed very serious. She said uncertainly, I don't think I understand. Okay, what about this? For wanting me with you. Bella had that breathless, sandbagged feeling again. Keeping his arm round her, he walked her back into the sitting room. The fire was blazing cheerfully. It felt like home. She said so. The arm round her tightened like a vice, but all Richard said was right. And that is the end of chapter 8 of To Marry a Prince by Sophie Page. Hope you enjoyed it. How are we doing? I'm just going to head back into the chat as I like to do. Not so much chat. I saw that someone was saying, oh, like, we're just focused in on the reading, which is a good thing. That's a good thing. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to get started. I hope Teresa hasn't fallen asleep yet. Are you buffering? If you're buffering, I'll just give it 1 second. It's not showing any dropped frames here, but I don't need to miss the start. Can you hear me loud and clear? How are we doing? Yeah. Thank you, Madeline. Cheers, Logan. All right, I'll get started. So, To Marry a Prince, Chapter 9. The Good Boyfriend Guide. Girl About Town. The night was wonderful. Next morning was not. For one thing, they both overslept. They had talked until later than late, until there was no more traffic outside in the street and the other flats were silent. And then they didn't talk at all. By the time they fell asleep, neither of them was thinking about anything as mundane as alarm calls. Bella awoke to find Richard hopping and swearing at the end of the bed. It reminded her of the crazy moments at the gallery. "Hello, handsome," she said, putting her hands behind her head and watching with pleasure. He ignored that. "We should have set an alarm call," he snapped. Even then, she didn't scent danger. Maybe she was too relaxed, looking round the small bedroom that resembled a war zone. There was a pillow on the windowsill where it had clearly been flung, and the duvet was hopelessly tangled. Various garments, male and female, lay along the floor like a paper trail. Richard fell to his knees, turning over the detritus with increasing impatience. "I've lost a bloody sock." Bella looked at his naked shoulders with appreciation. He had a beautiful spine, she thought. "I've got news for you. You haven't found your shirt either. Try not to be stupid." He sounded seriously put out. She blinked, trying to clear her head. "Where did you take it off? The sock, I mean. How the hell do I know?" His face appeared over the side of the bed. His hair was tousled, and he had a distinct morning shadow. He looked gorgeous, and very bad-tempered. "Retrace your steps?" suggested Bella lovingly. One glance at his expression was enough to tell her that teasing him was not a good idea this morning. "No, right. Cancel that suggestion. I'll look in the sitting room." She swung her legs out of bed and searched around for something to wear. The flat was distinctly chilly. Or maybe it was his expression. She couldn't remember where she'd put her sapphire kimono, and it didn't seem worth hunting for. So she pulled on the t-shirt she normally slept in and padded out to look for his clothes. She didn't find the sock, but she did collect his white dress shirt from where it had fallen onto the log basket. She shook it to get rid of the wood shavings and looked round for the rest. His overcoat was hung tidily over the back of a chair, but his jacket was in a heap behind the sofa. She shook that out too. There was a lot of fluff and old crisps behind the sofa. An anguished roar came from the bedroom. "Where's my sodding phone?" Bella trailed round the room, but could not see it on any of the tables or bookcases or even the floor. She was just investigating the mantelpiece when Richard appeared in the doorway, wearing one sock and shoe. He was carrying the other shoe. "No sock, no phone. Why aren't you looking? Why are you staring in the mirror? This is important." Bella was beginning to feel she'd had enough of this. "I'm looking along the mantelpiece for your phone," she said frostily. "Why would I put it on the blasted mantelpiece? It'll be in my jacket pocket." He held out an imperious hand for the article of clothing. Bella was outraged. "Call me Jeeves, why don't you?" she snapped, handing it over. He held the jacket up on one finger and went through the pockets without success. "Damn! What did you do with it? Turn it upside down?" "Oh, sure. I shook it out of the window." He yelled. "Will you stop being a facetious idiot and help me look?" They glared at each other. Then he turned away. "Oh, it's hopeless. Do whatever you want." He started moving stuff around the crowded sitting room in a haphazard way, but with increasing desperation. In spite of her mounting indignation, Bella could see there was a problem. "It might have fallen out of the pocket, I suppose." "That's what I said." She cast his shirt aside and dived over the back of the sofa like a pearl fisher heading into the deeps. She lay flat on the floor and started to wriggle her arm under the sofa, groping about for alien objects. In quick succession, she found a lipstick, a small plastic bottle of mineral water, half empty, and a paperback. She lobbed all of them over the top of the sofa. "What are you doing?" he said impatiently. "Your housekeeping can wait. I need—" "Hang on." Her fingers had encountered the edge of something small, flat, and hard. It was just out of reach. Concentrating, Bella, closing her eyes, and stretched the very furthest she could manage. "Ow, ow, ow!" She felt the sofa move under the pressure, and grabbed. "Got it!" She rolled onto her back, clutching the phone to her, and looked up, only to find Richard standing at her feet, looking anything but grateful. "Why didn't you ask me to move the sofa?" She ignored that. "Look, here it is." She scrambled up, flushed with triumph. The little phone had not gathered as much fluff and crumbs as the paperback, but it was grimy. Richard took it from her. He shook out the jacket and draped it carefully over the back of an upright chair. Then he produced a pristine handkerchief from the pocket of his dress trousers and wiped the screen. "Thank you," she prompted, but he was already calling someone. "Davis, a car, soon as possible. No, not Battersea. Let's think. Outside Mozart's house on Ebury Street. Do you know that? Call me when you're 5 minutes away." He shut it off. "Shirt," and held out his hand. Quite suddenly, Bella's temper broke free. She put her hands on her hips. "Oh yes, very royal." That startled him. "What?" She clicked her fingers. "Jacket, shirt, phone, car, now." The last word came out as a shout. "And your point is?" "Real people say thank you, please even. Real people don't bark out orders like a Dalek." "I'm sorry, thank you." But it didn't sound as if he meant it. She shouted, "Don't think you can snap your fingers at me, sunshine. I'm not paid to take your crap." He stiffened. "What do you mean by that?" Icicles hung from every syllable. "There are 2 of us late here." Bella hissed. "But does that matter to you? No, of course not. My first duty is to help your royalness get dressed and then go scrambling around under sooty sofas after your phone. You do not understand." Every word came out like machine gun fire. "You have no idea what my life is like." "Not sure that I want to." And she clicked her fingers mockingly. "Do this, do that, jump, jump, jump." His face went a dull red. "I have no choice," he yelled. "I am who I am. I do what I have to do. That means I am never late. Never. Can you understand that? People look up to me and I have to be there. I have to." "Fine. Then stop shouting at me and go." He gave her a look full of fury and seized up his jacket without a word. "And don't come back," Bella shouted. She stamped off to the bedroom. She dragged clean clothes out of the closet, muttering to herself, and took them off to the bathroom without saying goodbye. She was cleaning her teeth when she heard the front door slam. "Bastard," she told the bathroom mirror. Then she sat down on the loo and howled her eyes out. So, after that, she had to wash her face all over again and was even later for work. It was no consolation at all that nobody had even noticed she was missing, and she told Lottie later that evening. "That's a tribute to your fabulous new system," Lottie said. "Everybody did what they had to do because it was all up on the screen for them, and you'd put it there. Result?" Bella smiled reluctantly. "You mean I've just organised myself out of a job?" "So what? You always said it was temporary," said Lottie, refusing to sympathise. "Give Anthea another call." "I keep texting her. She never gets back to me." "Then go and sit in her office until she does the business." "Yes, I was thinking I'd probably have to go around there," agreed Bella. "Boring. But necessary. Don't worry, you'll get a job in ecology soon. Now, tell me all about Neil." Bella chose her words carefully. "He's fine. Looking for a hobby, I think. His career's going well, but he wants to get out into the fresh air. He told me he'd been asking Finn for suggestions." "Fundraising," said Lottie at once. "I can use him. Give me his number." And, as a second thought, "Where is it he's based?" "Dorset." Lottie was pleased. "Thought so. Devon would be better, but Dorset will do. I've got just the thing for him. Teamwork, lots of physical exercise, fantastic scenery and free beer, and all for a good cause." She looked so pleased with herself that Bella hadn't the heart to discourage her. She thought it sounded a bit too much like organised games for a man who worked all day in a school. But she handed over her brother's phone number and listened with respect to Lottie selling to him. That was one of the split words catching me out there. I'm looking for volunteers to row a Viking longship over Easter next year, for charity. Some mad designer has built an authentic boat. There's a group already committed, but they haven't got enough oarsmen. They'll train you, but you have to be willing to put in the time. Good fun, and it's very educational. Clearly, Neil didn't even struggle. Lottie put the phone down and did a little victory dance round the kitchen. Sold! 1 Viking warrior signed on the dotted line. I've already got 3 sponsors for various bits of it. And a celebrity. Because Milo Crane will be over here making an action movie at Easter and he wants an opportunity to show off his muscles. And now I'm getting the Vikings. God, I'm good. Congratulations. Lottie stopped dancing and looked at Bella in concern. You haven't still got the hump about being late for work. Look, you're young. You have a life. It happens. Don't let some dentist in a temper spoil the night before. Bella stiffened. What do you mean, the night before? Lottie didn't answer for a minute. Then she said awkwardly, Look, I wasn't snooping, honest, but the sitting room was all higgledy-piggledy when I got in, so I just did a bit of tidying up, and I found... She sighed and rummaged behind the coffee maker. Look, here it is. I was going to leave it somewhere in your room, but, well, there's no use pretending I haven't seen it. Here. She thrust a piece of black silk ribbon into Bella's hands. At first, Bella didn't understand. Then she shook it out and saw what it was. 2 black fish shapes joined by a thin band. Richard's bow tie. She felt herself blushing until even her ears were hot. Where did you find it? On the floor? It was under a cushion. Also on the floor? Yes. I'm sorry. Don't be. You pay half the rent. You're entitled to throw the cushions around and have anyone you want to stay the night. But Bella knew all about flat-sharing etiquette. I'm really sorry, Lots. I should have cleared it with you first. Only it was a spur-of-the-moment thing, very late. You were away. I just didn't think. But I should still have called. We'd all have got a nasty shock if I'd have come early and walked in on you, Lottie said with feeling. Just let me know next time, okay? Bella didn't say so, but she didn't think there was going to be a next time. Richard had not only gone off in a temper that morning, he hadn't tried to call her all day. And she wasn't even sure she wanted him to. One moment he was calling himself her boyfriend as if it was obvious, an agreed thing between them. Just to remember him saying it made her shiver, half excited, half dreading all the implications for the future. The next moment, he was ordering her about and being scathing about the quality of their housekeeping. She hadn't liked him very much this morning. For the first time, she had felt that he wasn't on her side, and it had been a shock, especially after their closeness of the night before. It was very confusing. I don't want another complicated relationship, she said now, half to herself. Lottie laughed merrily. Show me a relationship that isn't complicated, Belle. You'll get used to it. But the next day she brought home a copy of Royal Watchers magazine and a fistful of printouts of online gossip pieces. Lottie threw them onto the coffee table dramatically. They showed various photographs of Richard coming out of a nightclub with his arm round a tanned beauty. In spite of the chill of the November night, the woman's most substantial item of clothing was her earrings, Bella noted. The bastard's got a bimbo, Lottie spat. Bella picked up the longest article and read it quickly. "This was last night," she said slowly. "That explains why I didn't call." "I see you found another bow tie," snarled Lottie. She kicked the end of the sofa, then rubbed her foot. "I wonder if he left that one behind too." Bella winced. "The Honourable Chloe Lenan," she read. "That was the woman he told me about. He said she was like another sister." Lottie sniffed. "Yeah, okay. He probably played with her in the nursery. The woman's an aristocrat with an A-level in advanced flower arranging, but that sure doesn't look like a sister to me." Bella studied the photographs. The blonde mane was expensively streaked, also artfully tangled to look as if the woman had only just got out of bed and it wouldn't take much to persuade her to get back into it. Maybe it was the way the flashing cameras had caught her. Maybe it was the heavy black eyeliner. Or just maybe the Honourable Chloe was as high as a kite. In spite of her fixed smile, she seemed dazed and bewildered, clinging onto Richard's black-clad arm like a lifebelt. Richard himself was quite unreadable. He appeared comfortable with his arm round Chloe, but he was neither waving to the cameras nor murmuring intimately into her ear. "She doesn't look like his type," Bella said involuntarily. "He said he was my boyfriend." "You think not? She's got a pulse." "Why are you so angry, Lottie? I thought you liked him." "So did I. How wrong can you be? The rat." Bella swallowed. "What have you heard? Have you any reason to think they're an item?" Lottie flung herself down on the sofa, her arms extended along the cushions. "Honestly, Belle, I haven't a clue. Our tame celeb watcher at work says that the smart money has been on him marrying her all along. The families have known each other forever." "Who marries someone because the families get along? Get real, Lottie." "Yes, but even Royalty Watchers has her on the list of top 10 possibles. Number 8, I think." "Oh." Lottie looked wretched suddenly. "I'm really sorry, Belle. I didn't know before. I'd have warned you. He seemed a nice guy. I thought you could trust him." To her own surprise, Bella heard herself say, "I think he is." Lottie stared at her in amazement. "This photo doesn't have to mean anything. He told me at once that he was public property. If he goes out with friends, he's bound to be photographed with one woman or another, isn't he? If I don't want this to happen, I ought to be ready to go out with him myself, in public." Lottie shook her red hair in despair. "Hey, I'm all for giving the man the benefit of the doubt, but that's going too far." Bella said slowly, "You can only go with your gut, right? My gut says he's always been straight with me." Lottie gave up. "Heaven help you, Bella Greenwood. You're in love with the man." And that, after the disconnection and buffering interruptions, is the end of Chapter 9. And this was, for those of you joining later on, Chapter 9 of To Marry a Prince by Sophie Page, which we have been reading on and off for quite some time, and as commissioned by Teresa over on Patreon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ah, there you go. Nice to see you, Shannon. How are you doing? Hello, Peter. How are you? And how's the sound, by the way? I think it should be okay, but good to check. I think the settings are slightly different from last time, but should be fine. And hello, Mango. Hello, Juz. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Double thumbs up. Ah, there you go. Pay attention to me, Stephen. Nice to see you, Teresa. Good job. Okay, I can begin. Ah, hey, Logan, you're still here as well. Who's in the chat? Say hello to me. I'm gonna go full screen, so I won't be able to see you, but it's nice. It's nice to know that you're there. Thanks for being here, guys. Let's get going. Okay, so as you can hopefully see up at the top there, this is Chapter 10 of Sophie Page's To Marry a Prince. And if you haven't listened to Chapter 9 already, you can find that over on my Twitch channel. The link is in the video description. And like I've just been saying a few minutes ago, when we get to... I'll have to just figure it out so that it's a similar length to part 1. But when we get to something like chapter 13 or 14, I will compile all these and upload those as a To Marry a Prince part 2 as well. So, of course, you can always wait for that. Alright. So, get comfy wherever you are, or if you're busy, if you're up to something, let this just be a nice, relaxing accompaniment. Foxy Book Club. Chapter 10. Breaking up, making up. Girl about town. Bella spent a restless night. The scary thing was that she was almost certain that Lottie was right. It came as a nasty shock. She hadn't been in love with anyone since the actor who played Romeo when she went to Stratford with a school trip. Not in love. She'd had good boyfriends and bad boyfriends. She'd gone out with guys who were so keen on her it seemed she couldn't turn round without treading on them, and others who managed to slot her in once a week between their careers and their squash, rugby, golf and stamp collecting. There had been relationships which ran out of steam over months, and relationships which flared up like a firework and died in a week. She'd been more serious about Francis than about anyone else. Now she thought about it, she'd been dazzled by his reputation in their small circle, and even thought they might have a future together. But she had never said to herself that she was in love with him. He doesn't make my toes curl. Oh, hell. That was the worst reason in the world for seeing someone. No substance to it at all, and it could be dreadfully deceptive. Yes, but Francis had been a deceiver too, in his own mean, egotistical way, and he was totally free from the toe-curling factor. I don't think Richard is a deceiver, but why hasn't he called me? What am I going to do if he doesn't? And what the hell am I going to do if he does? However, next day she was too busy to think about Richard or anyone else for that matter. The evil dentist fired his senior hygienist after a long-running fight about supplies, and the other hygienists all walked out on the spot. Bella spent the whole morning on the phone rearranging appointments. Her employer wanted her to work over her lunch hour as well, but she was determined to see Anthea and refused. It was as well as she did. The moment she went in, one of Anthea's assistants leaped up and almost hugged her. "Bella! Oh, it's good to see you. Anthea's been trying to contact you all week. She's got the absolutely right job for you. Number 2 at a tree conservation charity. Wait right there and I'll get you the job spec. Anthea will have finished with her client by the time you've looked through it. Anthea herself was less effusive. Don't you ever answer the phone? Oh well, never mind. You're here now. Don't move from that seat until I've got you an interview. Bella left the agency with an appointment to see the charity's director and chairman that evening, and clear evidence that her phone was not reliable. In fact, when she looked at the memory, she saw that she had not received or sent text for several days. She could not get to the phone shop until the evening, but the friendly assistant recognized her and her new phone and was only too happy to sort it out. It's a design fault. It happens when you press... He showed her the exact key sequence to be avoided, and Bella told him he was brilliant. It was more difficult to undo, apparently, but eventually he found a way through the walls and barriers, and up flickered a great list of unanswered texts. On the bus down Piccadilly, she ran through them, skipping over Anthea's, Neil's, and her mother's. Yes, there it was. At 10:18 yesterday morning, Richard had texted, "I'm an arse. Forgive." Bella pressed the phone to her heart. He hadn't been ignoring her. He hadn't stayed angry and imperious. He was the man she'd thought he was. He'd texted 8 times in all during the day and another 6 today. She didn't have time to read them all because the bus had reached Green Park and she had to get off. She was meeting her potential employers at the Ritz for a drink, but the text she had read grew increasingly frantic. She almost danced along the wet cold pavements and into the fabulous hotel. An hour later, she emerged with a new job. She could have gone home, of course, told Lottie and taken her out to celebrate. She would do that, of course she would. Later. First, she had to read the rest of Richard's messages. It wouldn't wait until she got back to the Pimlico flat. So Bella found a coffee shop, bought a coffee she didn't want, and tucked herself into a corner table so she could go through them in order. He knew he had been horrible as soon as he left, he said, but he had been preoccupied about how to keep her name and address from his security officer. The reliable Ian had not been on duty. She had known that Richard didn't get on as well with any of his other minders, but it sounded as if he really disliked this particular guy. It had obviously been a really full day too, and his team had had to scramble to try and reschedule things all the way. He had known they would, as soon as he realized how late he had slept. He was sorry he had taken his temper out on Bella. What could he do to apologize? There followed a series of increasingly lunatic treats by means of which he hoped to lure her back, starting with stargazing on the South Downs and ending with diamond earrings of her choice. Bella grinned and composed her answer to this last with care. Downs cold, earrings also. Write me a sonnet. P.S. Not ignoring you, phone not working. She drank some of the lukewarm latte and went through the other texts. Anthea's added nothing to what she had said today, so Bella deleted them. Neil, on the other hand, had clearly wished he'd not unloaded his troubles in the wine bar. Bella wasn't to take it too seriously, he texted. He'd been tired, and it had been a tough week. He and Val were fine, really, just fine, and Bella wasn't to worry about him. His later texts about the Viking longboat were a lot less stilted and more believable. He was clearly going to have the time of his life as a Viking oarsman. Bella decided that Lottie was a genius and texted her to tell her so. Her phone pinged, and she saw Richard had replied. Eagerly, she opened the message. Sonnet too long. Settle for a haiku. P.S. Bad phone. Bella laughed aloud. Haiku too short. Offers? She started to work her way through her mother's texts. Janet had never really embraced the idea of texting brevity. She wrote in paragraphs, more or less as the ideas poured out of her brain. There had been times when it made Bella feel seasick, as if she were trying to stand upright on a surfboard, with the waves getting bigger and faster underneath her. This time, however, it just stirred her conscience. Janet was worried that there was something Bella wasn't telling her. She knew that children need their privacy, and she didn't want to pry, but she didn't want Bella to feel that she had to carry everything on her own, either. No matter what happened, no matter what Bella had done, she said this several times in 10 different messages. There was always a home for her with Janet and Kevin. They would always be there for her. Kevin would be delighted to help her find a job or to fund her course if she wanted to retrain. Janet would do anything Bella wanted. Anything. The last text was a killer. I know we've never had a lot in common. Sometimes I feel I don't know you at all, but I have this feeling that you're on the edge of something huge. Don't shut me out, Bella. I'm your mother and I love you. I want to help. You know me better than you think, Ma. Better than I know myself, maybe. I didn't know I was on the edge of something huge until last night. But true as that was, it didn't help her reply to her mother. There was another ping. She looked. Richard again. Quatrain, 4 lines. Can I see you this evening? She snorted. I know it's 4 lines, smug sod. Octet, 8 lines, minimum acceptable. His reply came back so fast she suspected he'd guess what she would say. A triolet? What about this evening? She laughed aloud. Okay, you got me. What's a triolet? She was drinking coffee when his reply pinged back. She nearly choked as she read it. If you meet me this evening, I can tell you all about triolets. She could just hear him saying it. There was no doubt what she would do, really. It was just a question of how long she was going to make him persuade her. And then she thought, I'm on the edge of something huge. This is no time to play games. So she didn't. When and where? Almost as soon as she'd sent it, her phone rang. It was Richard. Are we okay? I don't know, Bella said honestly. I hope so. She heard him give a long, relieved sigh. You are a wonderful woman. And we really can meet? Yes. Where are you? About 500 yards from the Ritz. I just got me a real job. Brilliant. His voice was warm. Tell me all about it when I see you. Which will be where? Take a cab to the Chelsea embankment. I'll see you by the dolphin statue at the foot of the Albert Bridge. Okay, when? He was plainly astonished. Now, of course. He was waiting for her. He made a lonely figure, standing by the statue as cars came to a stop at the traffic lights or swooshed past along the river road speeding home. There was hardly anyone else about, just a couple of people hurrying over the bridge. They were hunched against the cold, anxious to get home. An edging of fairy lights picked out the struts and pretty Gothic towers of the bridge, turning it magical. But everyone shot past, intent on their own affairs. It was, she realized, a good place to meet if you didn't want anyone to notice. Richard was wearing an old fisherman's navy jacket with toggles on the front and an obviously torn pocket, stamping his feet against the cold. As she climbed out of the taxi, Bella almost didn't recognize him for a moment. Almost. He was looking across the river and didn't see her as she crossed the road. She hesitated. Last time they'd met, she had run into his arms. But that didn't feel right this time, and anyway, it needed to be mutual. She cleared her throat. He turned. She said the first thing that came into her head. It was idiotic. "I've never seen you wear a jacket like that before." "I borrowed it. Don't you like it?" "Borrowed it from whom?" "Well, more inherited it, really. I don't have to wear it again if you don't care for it." "Inherited it?" His voice was warm with laughter. "Come and see." He held out his hand. She took it, and, as simply as that, everything was all right again. He walked her along beside the dark river, their hands entwined. Eventually they came to a collection of houseboats, bobbing gently on the tide. "This way." Stunned, Bella followed him down onto the dock and then a walkway over the water. It all seemed very domestic. There were even garden planters on some of the decks. There were lights on in a couple of boats, but mostly they seemed dark. It didn't seem the place for a restaurant, even a super discreet one. She said so. "You're right. Not another restaurant. Tonight I'm cooking." "You have a houseboat?" She couldn't believe it. "A share in one. Here we are." It was one of the smaller boats. At first, Bella thought it was in darkness too, but as he led the way on deck, she saw that there was a sort of porch light above a door. He opened it and held out his hand to her again. "Welcome aboard, and mind the step. We go down the companionway and then we're home." It was like stepping into another universe. The companionway was not much more than a spruced-up wooden stepladder at a 60-degree angle painted white. She stopped halfway down, looking round, trying to get her bearings. It was more like a large, friendly wooden tunnel than a boat. There were soft lights at waist height set into the walls and skylights set in the ceiling. To her right, at the end of the narrow space, she saw a small kitchen, clearly already in use, with vegetables waiting on a chopping block. Between cupboards and the companionway, there was a table, old and well polished, with a motley set of bentwood and bar-room chairs set round it. Bella counted 9. To her left, there was a built-in seating, a beaten-up armchair that had clearly seen better days, and a small desk. There seemed to be bookcases in every corner that could be found, but everything was wonderfully neat. "This is yours?" He beamed with pride. "Like I said, I share it. My godfather left it to me and all his other godchildren when he died. We decided to keep it on. We run it between us. It's a bolt hole very few people know about. None of my family has ever been here, but I love it. Come and talk to me while I cook. You can even have a seat." He pulled out a tall folding stool and set it for her with some ceremony. He gave her a glass of wine and returned to his interrupted cooking. Bella watched, fascinated. "I didn't have you down as a cook." He flashed her a smile. "You had me down as a useless royal who wouldn't even dress himself." She blushed, but said with spirit, "Can you blame me?" "Not after my last performance, no. I'm sorry about that." "Yes, you said. It's forgotten." He put down his knife briefly, leaned forward and kissed the tip of her nose. But he did it, she noticed, rather carefully, as if he wasn't quite sure how she would take it. Well, good. "You're a forgiving woman." It wasn't quite a question, but he wasn't absolutely sure of himself, she saw. But Bella was more shaken by that casual caress than she wanted to admit, or even to think about. So she just said, "Aren't I just?" and dived into her red wine. Richard went back to slicing courgettes. He was very fast. She said curiously, "Have you trained or something?" He smiled. "Imagine you're a child in a drafty castle you don't really know, which is full of adults being terribly serious. It's too wet to play outside, and people keep telling you not to run around or disturb your parents because they're sad. Your nanny is looking after the little ones and says a big boy like you ought to be able to keep himself amused. What would you do?" "Run away to sea," said Bella flippantly. "Right." I ran to the kitchen, and a wonderful ex-army chef who had no stupid ideas about keeping small boys away from knives taught me how to chop vegetables and pluck and draw a pheasant. He diced carrots with equal expertise, then onions with no sign of eye-watering. "The skills have stayed with you, then. When I start something, I like to finish it, and do it properly, too." "I can see that." She sipped her wine. "When was this grim time?" "When my grandfather died. My grandfather, the king." "Oh." He took chicken thighs out of the fridge and dusted them lightly with seasoned cornflour. As he worked, he said, "When girls ask what it's like being a prince, of course, I don't know, because I don't know what it's like not to be one. But I do know what it's like suddenly to realize you're a king. I watched it happen that week. I was 9. I saw it all. My mother went on doing what she always does, looking on the bright side, being constructive, doing the next thing. My father froze. It was a desolate little world he was describing. Bella had a sudden vision of the isolated 9-year-old and his grieving, overwhelmed parents. Was it unexpected? And were they close, your father and your grandfather? He didn't answer, turning on the small oven and putting a casserole dish in it to warm. Then he poured oil into a pan and heated it up. When the oil was smoking, he picked up the chicken joints and placed them carefully in the pan. Minimum splatter, Bella noticed. He was right. What he did properly. More than that, he did it with attention to detail and precision. Bella did not cook much, but whenever she did something like this, she regularly coated every flat surface with a fine spray of oil or fat. She looked at him with increasing respect. But she had overstepped some royal boundary by asking about his father. She said hastily, "Don't answer that if I shouldn't have asked. Sorry, I was just interested." He turned away from the food and took both her hands in his. "You can ask anything you like," he said with surprising intensity. "Anything, whenever you want." "Okay," she said slowly. "But I don't want you to think you have to answer. I mean, not if it's private or some deep family secret or something." Richard turned back to the pan, adjusting the heat, cooking tongs at the ready, concentrating on the food. He said levelly, "It's no secret. My grandfather was a bully and a bigot. He had all the vices and a low boredom threshold, which meant he made everyone's life hell just because he could. Everyone who was able to avoid him did. That included my father. My mother was particularly good at arranging our lives so that there was minimum opportunity to see the old bastard. My mother has honed dutiful business to an art form." There was something in his voice that made Bella sit up and pay very close attention suddenly. He sent her an odd, almost shame-faced look. "You know the first time we met, when you fell into the foliage and I pulled you out?" She nodded. "You must have forgotten, but you said something that night that I really recognized." "Me?" She couldn't think what it was. "You said, 'My mother's much too busy running a charity ball to have me home.' My mother has never organised a charity do in her life. But, well, my brother and sister and I, we always knew where we were in the priority list. After king, country, parliament, prime minister, and probably a few favourite charities in that order." Bella was stunned. The Queen was always supposed to be the perfect mother. The King was said to be eccentric and distant, but not the Queen. Never. She did not know what to say. Fortunately, Richard did not wait for an answer. Of course, even my mother couldn't get round a direct command from the King, so he had to go sometimes. And when he died, she lost all her options. We all did. Oh, love. Bella was appalled. She slid off the stool and rubbed his back in futile but heartfelt solidarity. He leaned back into her touch while he carried on cooking. Worse for my father. I think now that he was probably terrified that he was going to turn out like the old man once he was king. I've noticed that the nastiest thing you can say to him is, "You're just like your father." Sometimes one of the elderly relatives did it, and he goes into a brown study for days. She said, "I thought you were the perfect family. No divorces, no mistresses, no scandals." "No scandals? My brother George, riding a motorbike through the centre of Bristol dressed as a banana?" Bella spluttered. "Ha! Must have missed that one." "Oh yes, it probably happened while you were off on your island. The paparazzi shadowed him for weeks after that, hoping for an encore." She gurgled. "Ha! Well, okay then. No major scandals. You can be dysfunctional and keep it quiet, you know." The chicken was done to his satisfaction. He removed the joints, turned down the gas, and fed the vegetables into the warm pan. At one point he splashed some wine over them. At another he added a dribble of this, a pinch of that, and a lot of French tarragon. The room began to smell heavenly. He tasted. Not quite. "What do you think?" He offered her a teaspoon. She swirled the sauce round her taste buds. "Tastes wonderful to me." "Not enough bite. Hand me that lemon." She did. He chopped it in half and squeezed it over the vegetable goo, filtering the pips through the fingers of his other hand. "Taste now." She did, closing her eyes. "Yummy." "It will be." He slapped the chicken back into the pan and spooned the vegetables on top. Then he got the casserole dish out of the oven, tipped the entire contents of the pan into it, and shot it back. He adjusted the temperature and the timer. And then he washed up. Bella stared, astounded. "You must be the perfect man. If that was me, I'd be sitting down with a large glass of something, patting myself on the back and leaving the dishes for later." Richard laughed. "In a galley, you wash up as you go. No room to do anything else. But sitting down with a large glass is good too." When he'd returned the work surface to pristine condition, he took her hand, another glass, and the bottle of wine, and took them all to the other end of the room. It was chillier away from the cooker, and Bella shivered involuntarily. He switched on a serviceable electric fire which she hadn't noticed before, and then contrived a nest of cushions for her in the built-in couch. He topped up her glass and flung himself back in the battered old armchair, looking at her with such affectionate pleasure that Bella hardly recognized him. Nobody had ever looked at her like that, as if they had been given a prize. She felt warm and flattered and flustered and strangely humble at the same time. But she hadn't a clue what to do next, so she cuddled down into her cushions and did nothing. Eventually he gave a long sigh of satisfaction. "This is nice. You said it was your godfather's boat?" He smiled lazily. "Strictly, you should say her about a boat. He lived here for years. This is still pretty much all his stuff. The campaign desk, the books, the furniture. We put in a new galley because the old stuff was dangerous and replaced the skylights with modern double-glazed ones that are easier to open, but otherwise, it's the same." "Isn't that a bit creepy?" He gave a shout of laughter. "That's my Bella. Tell the truth and shame the devil." Yes, it could be creepy in theory. In practice, it isn't, because he wasn't that sort of man. He taught me to sail and how to do stuff. Actually, he was the one who gave me your father's books. He looked round. They're all here somewhere. It doesn't feel like a mausoleum, she admitted. But even so, why keep it? He was rueful. We'd all had fun here with him. And also, there was Ship's cat. What? He had this massive tabby mouser called Ship's cat. Great character, but very territorial. So we agreed, all 5 of the godchildren, that we would share the boat until Ship's cat pegged out. You kept a houseboat for a cat? Yes, why? He cocked an eyebrow. But houseboats have to be lived in, don't they? I mean, kept warm and dry and the pipes working and stuff. Good practical thinking, he said approvingly. Absolutely right. Sometimes one of us lives here, sometimes we have a tenant. At least 3 books have been written here. And the cat? Lived a full and happy life and died a couple of years ago, aged 20. Actually, Chloe was living here then, and she took it backwards and forwards to the vet's for several months. I was surprised, but she stuck to it. Chloe. I saw the photograph in the papers of you with her. Lottie said she didn't think Chloe looked very sisterly. She let the remark hang. But he didn't get indignant. Instead, he frowned, looking troubled. I know what she means. Chloe is a bit of a mess, frankly. Starts things and doesn't finish them. She can get a bit, let's say, fixated. She ran with a bad crowd for a while when she was younger. I'm certain there were drugs involved. But we don't say so because she is the niece of my mother's oldest lady-in-waiting, and it would be bad form. But you don't mind sharing a boat with her? She behaves herself on board. One of my fellow godchildren is a tough lady soldier who'd scalp her if she didn't. Anyway, she genuinely loved our godfather. It's been okay so far, anyway, which is a relief, because we'd all be sad to sell the old girl. We've got used to her. I like it here. More than like, she thought, seeing him laze in the armchair with his long legs stretched out before him. You're basking. You love this place. It was gorgeous to see him looking so happy. Suddenly, she knew the answer to the question that had tormented her last night. Lottie was right. Bella pushed the cushions aside, slipped off the couch, and knelt beside him with her arms round him. I love you, she said. Oh, that's very sweet. Bella, Bella, Bella. That was very nice. Okay, so that was the end of chapter 10 of Tamara Prince. Thank you so much for listening. Hope you enjoyed it, those of you that are still in the chat. I see it's gone very quiet and very sleepy. So Teresa popped in, was welcomed. Sleepiness started to kick in. Yeah, there was a few mistakes here and there. Don't you worry about that. But that was a nice chapter. That was a very nice chapter. Yes, we have the microphone switched on now, which always helps things.
always makes things much better when you have the microphone switched on. Because when the microphone is switched off, you can't hear me, and sometimes people wouldn't want to hear me. But as you have chosen to join this live stream, and I do quite a lot of talking and reading, it is probably better if you can hear me. So now you can hear me. Definitely should be sound. There definitely should be sound coming through into your ear holes. There should be sound now entering your ear holes. Yes, yes. I have been saying that although some people probably don't want to hear my voice, you have chosen to come and hear my voice, so it is better if the microphone is switched on, not switched off. You can choose to mute your volume, but my microphone is switched on. Okay, there we go.
Alright, Laura's ready to go for sure. Good stuff. Alright, let's do it. So, I'll stick this full screen, so you behave yourselves. Those of you in the chat in today's Foxy Book Club. And I'll get stuck in to Sophie Page's To Marry a Prince. Chapter 11. Telling the Parents. Girl About Town. Richard didn't seem to think it was quite the earth-shattering revelation that Bella did. He was very nice, of course, those beautiful manners again, and he kissed her as if he meant it. But he didn't leap to his feet and beat his chest in jungle triumph, nor did he seem very surprised, unlike Bella. She was about to point this out when the damned timer went off and their supper was ready. Frustrated, she felt that they had only half the conversation. It was like waiting for the other shoe to drop. But Richard didn't seem to feel like that. Over food, they drifted away from declarations of love. He told her about a security officer he wasn't keen on, the nightclub he'd been photographed in, the crazy diary of the next few days. Bella told him about Lottie's idea of turning Neil into a Viking oarsman. Richard snorted with laughter. I know you said he needed to get out more, but rape and pillage seems to be taking it a bit far. Neil is not a natural pillager. They won't corrupt him. She told him about her new job. It's my sort of charity, saving woodland and replacing trees. They want me to reorganize their admin system, which I can do standing on my head. But what they really want me to do is evaluate project proposals, drawing on my experience in the field. And that's the bit that has got you excited, he said, seeing the glint in her eye. Remembering the island and all the supplies that Francis was sure they could cope without until the next consignment arrived, Bella's eyes narrowed to slits of pure venom. Oh yes, after 10 months with the fragrant Francis, I can tell a waffler at 50 paces. They say things like, I'm a big picture man, and I concentrate on objectives, not operational minutiae. They think it's a waste of their valuable energy actually to spend any time with the researchers on the ground. Francis always used to... Since you mention Francis... She flipped back to the present with a jump. Yes? I haven't asked before, but how close exactly were you? I mean, 10 months on a tropical island. You mean the moon, the stars, the virgin beach, the turquoise sea? Yes, I suppose I do. He didn't look very happy about it. Bella leaned across the table and put her hand over his.
They didn't stand a chance. In London, I was starry-eyed about Francis, I admit it. He was the big cheese, and he was very flattering to me, and, well, he talked a good story. A look of amusement dawned. Our gallant leader syndrome. Exactly. Francis is big on inspiration. As long as he's doing the inspiring, of course. Richard choked. His feet of clay showed the first day. The very first day. He was supposed to have organised chemical toilets to be brought in by sea. He forgot. Not a good move. After that, well, I can't say the scales fell from my eyes. I mean, he still had the charisma. But, well, he didn't quite seem so irresistible somehow. It just all wound down rather sadly. I'm not surprised. Nothing like propinquity and poor sanitation for showing a man in his true colours. So you didn't... She shook her head. We didn't sleep together, no. I'm glad, he said simply. So am I. She leaned back and watched him for a while, then said, And what about your ex? Almost the first day I got back I was reading that someone had dumped you. One of the nice things about Richard was that he didn't shy away from the suggestion he'd been dumped. He nodded. You mean Debs. Bella didn't remember the woman's name, but she recited what she could remember of the article. Yes, that would be Debs. He thought about it. That's not an easy one. At first, Debs was great. She never got uptight, didn't mind being on display. Bella winced. One in the eye for me, she thought. Richard did not notice. She even laughed at the photographers when they ran down the street after us. He used to joke with them. She was so relaxed. As you know, I'm not very. I was crazy about her. Bella sat very still. He was crazy about her. Well, of course, there was going to have been someone. Of course there was. He was 29, not a kid. But she felt angry and resentful and hurt, and she wanted to kick Deb so hard she disappeared off the planet. It took her a while, but she worked it out in the end. She was jealous. It was stupid, but there it was. Richard was oblivious, still wrestling with the problem of Debs who had dumped him. You know me, Bella. I've always been a bit dull. Never late for receptions. Read my briefing. Remember it. Bella's eyes narrowed. Is this the genetic good behaviour myth again? The one you peddled before jumping my bones in the middle of a major reception? He had the grace to flush faintly, though he looked pleased at the same time. That was rather out of character for me. Even you have to admit that I don't have a lot of pizzazz. Debs had pizzazz. You dated her for her pizzazz. Bella was incredulous. What can I tell you? I'm a man. I'm shallow. You're also winding me up, said Bella, not deceived. What really went wrong? If you want to tell me, of course, she added conscientiously. Richard stopped grinning. Have you heard of the idea of the starter marriage? Well, that's what I would have been for Debs. She probably didn't know it, of course, but I watched what her friends did, and she was on the same track. Big engagement party, big wedding, lots of gadding about and flirting with the cameras. And then the wife does her thing, and the husband does his, and after a couple of years in the limelight, they're both ready to move on to someone else. I was so determined I didn't want a dynastic marriage like my parents that it took me a while to see that there are other sorts of marriage that won't do for me either. Deb's sort, for instance. So she didn't dump you? Yes and no. She did. But she wasn't the woman for me, and I knew it before she did. So I just went on not asking her to marry me until she got tired and gave me the push. I see. Bella said nothing more. But later, when they were walking back to Lottie's flat along the river, with the clouds scudding over Battersea Park, exposing and veiling a nibbled cheese moon, she said thoughtfully, "You know, Debs probably did you a favour, and Francis did the same for me. Patronising twerp. In fact, when someone stops him buggering up perfectly good research projects, he will undoubtedly make himself a fortune as a motivational speaker." Richard stopped dead, flung back his head and roared with laughter. "You're lethal," he said. "I love you too." And that was when Bella realised what she had been waiting for. Not the jungle chest beating, not the exclamations of delight and astonishment. The vow returned. She thought, "I've never felt so right before." Not that it was dramatic, or even very romantic. Richard gave her a quick hug, but said, "We'd better keep walking or you'll get cold. There's snow in the air, I think." So instead of wandering hand in hand under the London stars, they marched briskly up from the river along Chelsea Bridge Road, past the well-lit fashionable shops of Pimlico Road, then Orange Square and Mozart's statue, heading towards the flat. Only there was display in a shop window that caught Bella's eye. "What's that?" She went over to it. Richard did not resist following. It was a Christmas special in an interior design shop. In the window there was a family of mechanical polar bears, rather good ones with licorice all-sort eyes and huge powerful feet, their slab heads nodding. There were 4 of them, a mother, father, and 2 cubs, one batting the other back into line. It was kitsch, but at the same time immensely appealing. Richard peered down at Bella. "Are you crying?" "I like the little ones," she said in a muffled voice. "You are crying, you old softy." Bella sniffed unromantically. "Well, you said you loved me. I think it just caught up with me," he said in a shaken voice. "Oh, Bella, my darling, don't cry, my love, don't cry." And they did kiss then. Properly. They stood in front of the spotlit window and the first snowflakes drifted down, and neither of them noticed. People came out of the restaurant opposite, stopped, peered, then stared. They put their heads together, muttering. Then one of them brought out a phone and took a picture. Took several. The group went off, bunched together to look at the tiny screen, chattering excitedly. Bella and Richard didn't notice that either. Eventually, Richard raised his head and cupped her cheek in his gloved hand. He was breathing hard. Bella, dizzy and swaying, felt she would never remember how to breathe again. "Come on, home." They ran back to the flat, hand in hand. Lottie looked up when they went into the sitting room. She was sitting on the sofa with her laptop on her knee. She looked uneasy. "Hi," she said. "Have a nice time?"
Bella nodded.
"I got the job," she said, in a voice that said her cup of happiness was running over.
Lottie seemed oddly distracted.
"The job? Oh, the forest charity? Good for you. When do you start?" 2nd of January, they think. They're sending me the contract tomorrow." "Excellent."
Lottie looked back at the screen. It kept beeping.
Where did you go tonight?"
"We dined at home," said Bella, taking off her coat and twirling round happily. But Richard was watching Lottie, a frown between his brows. "Something wrong?"
"That depends."
"On what?"
"On whether you two want to go public."
Bella stopped twirling.
"What? Why?"
"You're on Twitter," said Lottie brutally.
"You know how fast these viral things go. I reckon global in 15 or 20 minutes.
Bella went cold.
"No."
It was a wail. Richard kept his cool. "Someone saw us? Recognised us?"
"They're not sure."
Lottie turned the laptop round and gave it to him.
"See for yourself."
He sat down on the sofa beside her and considered it gravely. "Ah, I see." There were 3 photos. 2 of them could just have been any couple kissing. The 3rd had Richard raising his head, 3/4 face to the camera. The backlighting of the polar bear window display gave the picture dramatic shadows. Unfortunately, these only served to intensify his distinctive profile. He sighed heavily. "My damned Coburg nose. There's not much chance of convincing people there's been a mistake, is there?"
"Look at the tweets," Lottie suggested. "Plenty of doubters. You can always deny it."
She stared hard at Bella.
"Depends how much you're prepared to lie."
Richard read them fast. "Yes, I see," he said without expression. He looked up at Bella. "I think this one is your call, darling. Have a read, then tell me what you want to do." He stood up to make room for her. She sat down and tried to focus on the messages. The limit on characters meant there were many so compressed that she couldn't understand them, but others were clear enough. Diners in London had seen Prince Richard, or was it, kissing an unknown blonde/local barmaid/Australian ladies golf champion/ any one of several soap and movie stars.
"Golf champion?"
said Bella, seizing on the one thing that didn't matter. Richard raked one hand through his hair. "I danced with her at a sports personality bash. The photo's on my file, that's all. I barely know the woman." He sighed. "I'd better check in with my office." He pulled out his phone and Bella realised that he must have had it switched off all evening. As soon as he turned it on, it rang. He looked at the caller's name and sighed, then answered with his usual dutiful calm. "Hello, Monty." "Yes, I've heard." "No, I don't think that's necessary. I will work on a statement with you tomorrow." "Tomorrow, Monty? You can come and see me at 8. I'll even give you breakfast." The moment he cut the call, his phone rang again. He looked at the screen and groaned. "Hello, Mother." "Yes, so I hear. I'm surprised you have, though. I didn't know you were on Twitter." "Oh,"
Lady Pansy told you, did she? Don't see her as a typical twitterer either. There was silence, while he listened to what was clearly a vehement maternal lecture. I'm not being evasive, Mother. I just haven't made up my mind yet. Be assured that when I do, you'll be the first to know. What? No, not tonight. I'm talking to my press secretary tomorrow about the options. And can I just point out that this is not life and death or even a bad case of measles? Yes, we'll clear any statement with Father. And you, of course. Another shorter harangue. Richard stiffened. Suddenly his voice turned icy. Very well, Mother. Thank you. I will bear that in mind. Good night. He nearly shattered the phone when he pressed the call end button. As soon as the thing started to ring again, he said, "Oh, shit," and switched it off entirely. Bella went to him. We're in the soup, aren't we? Lottie said hurriedly, Don't mind me, I'll go and tidy something. But Bella said, No, don't go, Lots. You're good at this PR stuff. Richard, it's okay if Lottie stays, isn't it? He said with sudden bitterness, You probably ought to have your own press team and a lawyer to boot. Of course Lottie must stay. Bella pulled herself together. Then take your coat off and let's talk. Lottie, can you think what you would advise us? You? Said Richard swiftly. This has to be your decision. Bella did not argue. Okay. What would you advise me to do, Lottie? Think about it. I'm going to make a pot of strong coffee and then we can sit down and talk. We need to agree a strategy. Cool, said Lottie, clearly relieved. But Richard looked surprised. Don't worry about her, Lottie said kindly, leading him to the sofa. That is one seriously together woman. You're in safe hands. Trust me on this. Bella came back with a cafetiere of maximum strength medium roast, 3 mugs and 2 litres of semi-skimmed milk. Richard took his black. He swigged half a mug in one go. It was the only sign of agitation he betrayed. I wish I smoked, said Lottie, who was less controlled than the Prince of Wales. However, her summing up of the situation was masterly. You have 3 options, Bella. First of all, you don't have to say a thing. The photo is clearly Richard, but it's not so clear of you. You've done a good job of keeping below the radar so far. None of the Royal Watchers have ever heard of you. You can keep your mouth shut and ride out the story. She paused, looking from one to the other of them. Of course, that means you'll have to stop seeing each other. The story's out there, and the press are going to keep after Richard until they find the answer to the secret of his mystery companion. Richard said swiftly, An answer. I doubt if they'd ever be able to identify you for sure, Bella. But I don't want to stop seeing you, she said. That's a no-brainer. He gave her such a blinding smile that for a moment she couldn't think of anything else. Right, said Lottie. Then here are your other options. You can lie, you can stay silent and hope it all goes away, or you can fess up. All of these depend on Richard's cooperation. Of course, he said. Bella never asked for this. I got her into it. I'll do, say, confirm, whatever she's happiest with. He spoke direct to Lottie, not looking at Bella. Lottie nodded. Thank you. She turned to her friend. The first thing you have to remember is once you've told a story, there's no going back. You can fudge and finesse, or you can downright lie, but if you decide not to come clean, you have to keep on lying. Do you want to do that? From experience, I know it can be done, but often it's more painful than telling the truth, and it certainly goes on for longer. The tabloids have scented a story, and they will dig and keep on digging after it. Richard said quietly, "She's right." Lottie looked straight at Bella, serious-faced. "If you want to kill this story, my best advice is to tell the truth. Yes, it was you, and don't elaborate. Don't answer questions. No second press release. Certainly no exclusive to Royal Watchers or the Daily Dispatch. Just shut up. Remember, you've done nothing wrong. You're both unattached." Bella nodded. "Eventually, he'll date someone else, and the press will lose interest." Richard flinched, but said nothing. Lottie went on. "Of course, you could just keep your head down. You probably wouldn't be found out. There are only 4 people who know. We 3 and Richard's security officer. You could keep stum and leave it to his press office to handle." Richard said quietly, "It's what they're paid for. You don't need to be involved. You wouldn't have been if we were anybody else. If I weren't public property," said Bella softly. She tried to take his hand, but he seemed to be lost in thought and didn't respond. Lottie said crisply, "Of course, if the press secretary admits it was Richard and doesn't give up the name of the lady, the nastier rags will imply that it was a one-night stand and she was probably, professional." Bella was aghast. "What? They wouldn't." Lottie shrugged. "Whatever sells their paper." Bella looked at Richard. He spread his hands in answer to her silent question. "I don't know. I suppose they might, but that's my problem," Lottie said. "And then we come to the 4th option." Bella sat up very straight. "There's a 4th? I thought you said there were only 3. 3B, then," said Lottie impatiently. "Tell the whole truth, whatever that is. Be prepared for further questions, answer them, and keep on answering them as long as the relationship lasts." She sat back, looking at them expectantly. Richard got up. Bella said to his back, "If you say it's my call one more time, I will scream." "Be fair, Bella. What else can he say? He's had the paparazzi shadowing all his adult life. He knows the score. He can cope. Can you?" Lottie asked. Bella ignored her. She stood up and went to Richard. "You said you loved me." He didn't turn round. "Yes, of course I love you. I would do anything. But if we tell the world we're seeing each other, you'll become public property too. You never wanted that. You said you didn't." "I know I did, but that was before." "Before I said I loved you." He sounded tired. "Police." "Before I knew you properly." He turned round then, looking oddly uncertain. "What?" She said simply, "You learned to cope without selling your soul. So will I." Richard searched her face. "Bella,
Think about this. Are you sure? He looked so drawn she wanted to put her arms round him. Are you? Me? Oh, yes, he said, quite as if it didn't matter, as if that it were a given. I was sure the moment I saw you. There was complete silence. Oh, Bella said, on a long note of wonder. He searched her face. What he saw there seemed to reassure him. His shoulders came down from under his ears, and the tension lines round his mouth eased. He took her hands and swung them a little. His eyes were starting to smile again, she saw, and her heart turned over. He drew in a long breath. Well, he said. Well, that's settled then. Bella sounded a little breathless, but brisk. Press statement says we're going out together. His fingers tightened. Yes. Well, thank God for that, Lottie said. Now, look, you'll need to tell your nearest and dearest along with anything you want or don't want them to say. Someone will go to them for a comment, as sure as eggs is eggs. And you really ought to do that before you issue the press release. Richard couldn't stop looking at Bella. I'm afraid she's right, he said. The Palace machine will handle my family. But what about yours? Bella groaned. Oh, great. My mother will burst with joy, and my father will never speak to me again. I'm sorry, said Richard, startled. He's an anti-monarchist. I told you. I didn't realise he was that bad. He'd actually break off communication because you've gone over to the enemy? That's impressive. Richard brightened suddenly. Actually, I'll get to meet him now, won't I? Great. Maybe I can talk him round. Don't count on it, said Bella. She was making a list. Mother and Kevin, Finn, Neil, Granny Georgia. She looked at her watch. I'll text them now and speak to them properly in the morning. Don't forget the people at work, Lottie instructed her. And you'll need to update your Facebook page. I'd advise you to change the settings or you'll get all sorts of nutters leaving stuff on there. Now, let's work out what you're going to tell everyone. One thing, said Richard. My mother wants to meet you. Yes, of course. We'll organise a date. I mean, tomorrow. He looked at his watch. Make that today. As soon as possible. She said lunch. Bella and Lottie exchanged alarmed glances. My mother, he said dryly, is a warm and wonderful human being and a miracle of organisation and tact. But she doesn't like being blindsided. She's not pleased with me for not telling her about you. Bella gulped. I shall tell her that was because I asked you not to, she said bravely. But please, not lunch. I have to work tomorrow. Life has to stay as normal as possible or I'll lose myself. There was an edge of panic in her voice. Richard was unperturbed. Fine by me. It was Lottie who said wisely, You don't want the first thing you do as Richard's acknowledged girlfriend to be a head-to-head standoff with his mother. Quite apart from the fact that she's Queen of England.
The mother of every son in the world would hate you for that.
Bella's jaw set.
I'm not turning my life upside down. No need to. Negotiate, Belle, negotiate. Richard? Suggestions?
He thought. I'll speak to her in the morning. Tell her you feel you have to talk to your own parents first. She's not unreasonable. When she's not spitting mad. I'll sort something out. They worked out a list of who would tell what to whom, when. When they had finished, Lottie stretched and stood up.
That was a good night's work, she said with satisfaction. I'm going to bed now. If I were you, Richard, I'd stay the night. It's too late for anything else. But your choice.
With which tactful invitation she wandered off. He stayed. This time they both remembered to set an alarm call. So the next morning Bella waved Richard off, then rang her stepfather. It was 7:15 and Kevin was on the train, already on his way to work. He had not read her text of the night before, which was par for the course. Kevin did not like mobile phones and used them as little as possible. Bella told him the bare facts, as she, Lottie and Richard had worked out last night. Kevin took it calmly.
That's very good news, my dear. He sounds a fine young man. Time you had some fun. Your mother? She's got a hairdresser's appointment this morning. She'll be up in half an hour or so, I'd say.
Janet had not read her text either. So when Bella eventually spoke to her a few minutes after 8, her mother was inclined to think it was a joke.
It's true, Ma. I met him at a party and we've seen each other quite a few times since. Last night somebody got a photo of us together and now it's all over the internet. His office will issue a press release later today.
But Janet still refused to believe her. Finally, Bella gave up.
Okay, Ma. Have it your way. But if you Google Prince Richard plus rumour, you'll see the photo. I'll email you the press release when it comes out. Call me if you want to talk about anything.
Her father texted,
Disbelief here. Where are your principles? To which Bella replied immediately, Your principles, Phineas Fogg? Granny Georgia texted, I look forward to meeting him. Back on Christmas Eve.
Bella went to work.
At 9, Richard's office sent her a copy of the draft press release for her approval. She approved. At 9:20, Richard rang.
It's gone. She could hear that he was in the car. I'm saying to anyone asked that it's a private matter and I'm not giving any interviews.
Where are you going?
Municipal swimming baths. I'm opening them. Followed by a diving display and races between first-year swimmers of all ages. Followed by lunch with the mayor.
Wow. Rock on.
He laughed.
You? About to tell the evil dentist and his cohorts that when they see the papers at lunchtime, yes, it's me. Good luck.
They won't care, said Bella, surprised. But she was wrong. After she'd sent a brief email round the system, she was astonished by the messages of goodwill she got in reply. The hygienists bought her a Groucho Marx mask, complete with glasses and cigar, for getting out of buildings unnoticed. Everyone seemed to be pleased for her.
Bella was touched. Janet, once she grasped that Bella had not been winding her up after all, was uncontrollable. She phoned continually, wanting details, strategies. When could they meet him? When could she tell the golf club ladies? Ma, we've just told the world. The golf club ladies will know. But they'll ask me about him. What can I say? Bella controlled a flicker of alarm. As little as possible. Just say you haven't met him yet, but I'm bringing him to meet you and Kevin before Christmas. They'll want to know if you're getting engaged. They would want to know, Bella noticed. Not Janet. There's no question of that, she said firmly. And you can tell them I said so. Well, I really hope you enjoyed Chapter 11 of To Marry a Prince. I really enjoyed that one, I've got to say. It was a lot of fun to read. I thought it was really, really nice. Sorry for one little mistake / blank spot at one point. I just had a notification popping up in the bottom right-hand corner of my laptop screen, so it was blocking the words when it was something about being off the radar. Excuse me, it was blocking the screen, so that's why I was just like, okay, I'll just wait a second and try and get rid of it and continue. I didn't want to say anything at the time in case it just interrupted things even more. But yeah, so I really hope you enjoyed that long-awaited Chapter 11. I thought it was really, really nice. And how are we all doing today? I can still see a nice little bunch of you in the chat. That's lovely. I always get a little bit anxious when I'm full screening a reading, and I've been reading for quite a long time. You know, back in the early days of the Red Fox Book Club, I had a really bad Wi-Fi connection, and sometimes it could disconnect and I could be reading to myself, which is not only a little bit sad, but it's also just such a shame to lose some of the reading, especially if I feel like I'm doing a good job. I don't want to have to try and do it again. So, yeah, how are we all doing? Oh, are you thinking of joining Patreon yourself, Connor? That would be absolutely wonderful if you can support me a little bit there. It's massively appreciated. And obviously, depending which level you join me on Patreon, you can get some extra features as well. There's a smaller audio library, my full audio library, and then there's a behind-the-scenes audio library as well. But even joining at the first tier, the $1 Acolyte tier, you still get access to all the Patreon posts, like the patron-only posts where I share early access chapters and things like that. So you still get quite a bit even at that first tier, but the higher tiers get more and more content, of course. But I thought that was quite a smooth one. There wasn't many errors there. Like I said, I had the notification popping up blocking my screen, and I just got a little bit distracted by some noises in the apartment at one point, but I think that was pretty smooth. That's pretty smooth. Really enjoyed it. Nice writing there. I thought that was a very interesting chapter. It was a lot of fun. So I will just entertain myself while this stream goes live. Is anybody gonna join me today? Don't think so. Think I'm gonna be here on my own all afternoon, reading stories to myself. Here we go. Alright, refreshing the chat box now. We've got some peeps in. Oh, and the multi-stream box is working today. Nice, so I can keep that on instead. Awesome. So hello to Shannon, coming in first. Right behind is Teresa Snell. Shannon still in the lead. Olivia there, third place. Shannon still in the lead though. Colour Bright's in fourth. Mango in fifth. Brian McPhee on the outside in sixth. Holly Holly still in the tail end of the pack at the moment. Shannon still out in the lead, but Holly joining in 7th place. Wolf plays at 8th. At the back there, tail marker. Wolf plays. Can he push up? I'm not sure. Shannon's still in 1st. Teresa in 2nd. Olivia in 3rd. Mango moving up the pack. Mango's moving into 3rd place. It's an exciting start to this afternoon's book club. Anything could happen here at the races. No. Shannon was 1st in the chat. I can see it on my screen. Teresa was in 2nd. Olivia was in 3rd place. Colour Bright's in 4th. Mango in 5th. Brian McPhee in 6th. Holly coming in 7th. And Wolf taking up the rear in 8th place. Oh, and there's a late starter. Miss Leonite chasing. Miss Leonite's chasing at the back there. Pushing and shoving. Anything could happen this afternoon. Hello, everybody. Hello, how are we all doing? Welcome to the Fox Fan Horse Racing live here in Stockholm, Sweden, streaming out of Stockholm, Sweden. And Logan joins. The race has already finished, and then Logan decides to leave his mark and make his way slowly along the track on his own. The other Fox fans, they're already eating their hay and having a stroke, and a good pat on the back for a job well done, and Logan is still just ambling down the race course on his own. He likes to try his best, always a little bit of a slow starter. Jake says hello from the audience. Ada's also waving hello from the crowd. Dressed in her finery today. We see her with the Duke of York. Never misses a race. Always there from the crowd. No, Teresa, you're not the winner. I'm sorry. It was a close one. It was a close, hardly fought battle. Have I missed anybody? I don't think so. Anybody else popping in the stream this afternoon? Hope we're all doing okay. We've got some nice orange text on the screen today. That's rather nice. Rather nice. Suits very well, I think, with the Fox theme. You don't have to take me seriously, Shannon. You don't have to. You can take me or leave me. No, it's not the Prince race, Teresa. It was the Fox Fan Welcome to the Stream race. Yeah, it was you were sharp off the marks. It was one of those where it's like, and they're off. When it's just like this. It was really intense. And then there was Logan like, huh? Has the race started? And it's like, and it's there. Shannon wins by a nose. Teresa in 2nd. Like this. And then Logan's like, oh, here we go. Time to go. It was a good race, though. Oh, hello there, Earth School. Have I missed anybody else joining today? Oh, Jake's Great Adventures is here as well, yeah. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. I'm not sure, Jake's Great Adventures. I don't know. That would be the 3rd reading, I suppose. Because, like I said, we decided yesterday we'll start with Tamara Prince, then have some more James Herriot. And then if we're still firing for a 3rd reading, then we'll take it from there. I'll put it up to the general vote. I think it sounds rather nice. I was just going to say, no one's popped in from Facebook today. Lynette was hoping to join. She'd sent me a message on Patreon just a minute ago, and I didn't have a chance to reply because I was setting up the stream. So hopefully, Lynette,
Miss Bookworm gets the notification as well. And maybe Joyce will drop in as well. JB. Nice to see a Facebook friend coming in. Another tricky name for me, I'm not going to lie. Hugh Okia. Nice to see you from Facebook. And Wei Chen as well. Awesome. Another Facebooker dropping in. Nice to see you. Great stuff. How are the doggos, Wolf? That sounds pretty intense. Nice to see you in the chat. Hope we're all doing alright. And Royal Plan as well. That sounds very appropriate for some To Marry a Prince coming soon. I hope you're a fan. And hello to Laurie as well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Nice to see you. Very nice. Oh, and here's Lynette. Speak of the devil, and she doth come. Nice to see you. Do you know this guy? Like, how familiar are you lot with the Moomin series? You know, there's a Japanese animation of Moomin Troll, and then you've got the original Finnish books and everything that are really beautiful. It's a classic. But I'm gonna... Have you, Wei Chen? I didn't realise that. That's really cool. You can lurk all you like. It's nice to have you listening. Great stuff. Yeah, we had a nice little race at the start just to wake you all up in case there was any Sleepy Fox fans out there. But then I let you off, Logan, that you were a little bit slow off the mark today. I mean, you were racing whilst creating glass masterpieces, I imagine. What are you working on at the moment, Logan? I know it must be strange for you working out of home and everything. Hope it's going okay today. Oh, wow. Just reading about your foster dogs, Wolf Plays. Oh, and Laura's here again. Great. Nice to see you again, Laura. You popped in the other day. But I don't know, were you busy? Did you only pop in and out? Oh, right. Lily's got hold of the phone or the tablet or whatever. Sounds dangerous. Nice to see you, Lily. Hope you're doing good. Should get yourself back in Discord, Lily and Laura. We were saying that we missed you. It'd be nice if you could join us again. Alright, I'm gonna crack on with the reading. We had a super, super long intro chat yesterday, so let's try and kickstart things a little bit quicker today. And then there's a better chance that we can have a third reading. I really hope you enjoyed yesterday's stream, whether you were here live or whether you watched it on the replay. I thought Pride and Prejudice was a lot of fun, and we had a couple of great chapters from The Witches as well. It's a absolutely bonkers story, but I think it's a lovely read, so I'm hoping you're finding it a pleasant listen as well. It seems to have been quite a popular one. Hope we're ready and comfortable. I'll crack on with To Marry a Prince. Chapter 12. And then meeting them. Girl about town. In the end, Richard's office and the Queen's negotiated a late supper that very evening, after she had returned from a recital given by a prize-winning string quartet at the Royal College of Music. The prospect flung Bella into an uncharacteristic panic. "What do I wear?" she wailed. Lottie was astonished. She had never heard her friend in such a stew. Without ever appearing to be much interested in clothes, Bella had acquired her own style over the years, and usually carried it off with a certain flair. "What's the fuss about? You're the coolest woman I know," Lottie told her now. But at the prospect of meeting her boyfriend's mother for the first time, Bella had lost all self-confidence. Bad advance publicity didn't help, nor did the royal sniffiness, which she had decided was a cast-iron certainty. "Calm down," said Lottie. Let's both take the afternoon off for a start. She told work that she needed to take some time at home to work through ideas for a campaign, and left the office early. Well, it's true, she said defiantly, when Bella raised an eyebrow. I just didn't say it was a campaign we were going to be paid for. Now let's go through your wardrobe and mine. Lottie was a chameleon, with a wide range of clients and an even wider range of friends. She had 3 wardrobes. Bella only had 1, and she couldn't think of a single item that would be suitable. Bella tried on every single dress in Lottie's wardrobe, from an irregular black and white print. Ascot, said Lottie fondly. Makes me look like a Dalmatian. Oh, that's Bella, sorry. See what I mean sometimes when it's a quick change. It's all on the same line as well. Makes me look like a Dalmatian, said Bella, not even bothering to do up the zip at the back. To a classic little scarlet dress. Very little, much too scarlet, said Bella with regret. Eventually they could not see Lottie's bed for the tumble of silks and chiffons and jersey and... It's hopeless, said Bella, nearly in tears. I'm just not comfortable in your clothes, and the only thing that I have that's remotely formal is the ghastly suit my mother bought me. Go and put it on, urged Lottie. It might be better than you think. But when Bella came back, she gave a low whistle and shook her head. Holy cow, pure Stepford wife. Get it off. Get it off. I can't bear to look at it. They went and sat glumly on the end of Bella's bed, inspecting her clothes. Of course, said Lottie thoughtfully after a while. It doesn't have to be a dress. I mean, this is an informal supper, right? We're not talking tiara and orders. You've always got the Ginger Rogers cocktail look. In a trip round Greenwich Market one Sunday, Bella had discovered a vintage pair of very wide-legged black silk trousers. They looked dreadful on the stall, but she'd been certain they had promise. After a little love and attention, they had proved to be very stylish. Now she tried them on, and at once they felt right, especially when she added her cute T-bar heels. But neither Lottie nor Bella had a jacket that worked with them. What they need, said Bella, turning this way and that in front of the mirror, is a very simple white silk shirt. Lottie bounced to her feet. And I know exactly where you can get one. As a redhead, Lottie only ever wore cream rather than white, but she had bought a wonderful tailored silk shirt from one of Carlos's other clients only last week. As soon as Bella tried it on, she agreed the shape was perfect. The boutique still had one in white. Bella returned triumphant. It makes me feel like myself, she told her friend, with a great sigh of relief. That's what you need now. Lottie advanced with a determined expression. Pearl earrings. I don't want to hear a word about lady golfers or Jane Austen. This is a classic look. And when she had them on, Bella had to agree. Even so, she held her breath in case Richard staggered back, saying, You cannot call on the Queen wearing trousers. But he arrived early and wanted to leave at once. My father gets out of the classical stuff if he can, so he'll be at home anyway. We can see him first. He's not having dinner with us? Said Bella, surprised. Richard shrugged. He likes his routine. He never eats late. How's your day been? No problem so far. I didn't answer calls from anyone I didn't know. A couple of journos left messages on my voicemail. My mother's told the golf club and wants to show you off to them as soon as possible. My grandmother wants to check you out. My father is still fulminating. Could be worse. Not bad at all, he agreed. This time he was driving a powerful black car with a dashboard like a rocket ship's. The policemen on the gate at the palace clearly recognized it. They swung open the doors and raised their hands as he drove through. He gave them a friendly wave. He drove into an inner courtyard and parked close to a covered walkway. It was starting to snow again. They left footprints behind as they ran for shelter. Richard took her hand. "Stick close to me. This place is a rabbit warren." He was right. They went into an 18th century bit, all wooden floors and polished banisters, through a service corridor that might once have led to kitchens which now seemed to be office accommodation, and then up and down so many little half staircases that Bella's head started to spin. But then the portraits got grander, and marble columns started to appear. The public rooms, with thrones and so forth, for investitures, dinners, and occasions of national importance, Richard said conscientiously. Lots of pictures of battles and men in uniform. He stopped in front of one epauletted grandee. Leopold, the Prince Consort. It's his fault I have this damn great nose. He's wearing the uniform of a British field marshal. He studied Leopold with some affection. In fact, he really was a soldier, so he was more entitled to wear uniform than most of the other old mountebanks. He fought against Napoleon for the Tsar, though he was rather keen on the French before Napoleon decided on world domination. It was always said that he brought a touch of French style to the court, balancing the excesses of George IV. It sounded as if he was talking about a friend. Bella wondered what it would be like to know your ancestors in such detail. She didn't know anything about any of hers beyond her grandmother's. She said so. It's easy enough to find out if you're interested. I've been to several family history centres. Fascinating places. I might do that one day, said Bella, not meaning it. He took her up another staircase and down a corridor. Bella had half expected flunkies in knee breeches, or at least maids, to be flitting about. But the only people to be seen were on the walls. The portraits were smaller here, though, and there were more women. Queen Charlotte by Watts, 1850 or so. She got plump like her father and rather sententious, but she was very racy in her day. Had several flings as a teenager. But Leopold seems to have calmed her down. Richard moved on. Her daughter Virginia, also by Watts. She was rather dreamy and poetic, but she knew her own mind. Defied her mother, turned down a Danish prince to marry an American, and went to live in Charleston. My grandmother comes from Charleston. Well, she did 40 years ago. Then she met my grandfather and went travelling with him, and they came back to England when he retired. She's the one who wants to check me out? Yes. You'll have to be on your best behaviour too. She has standards, my grandmother. I'll do my best. Only one left? Yes. I hardly remember my mother's mother. I have the full complement, God help me. My father's mother lives in a castle in Wales, where she encourages the arts and breeds Siamese cats, and my mother's mother has hobbies that include younger men and roulette. Goodness! It didn't sound as if he liked either of them very much. Bella bit her lip. She adored Granny Georgia and hoped Richard would do the same, but it didn't sound hopeful. Here we are, my father's apartments. There were servants here, though not the crowd she'd expected, and not a pair of knee breeches in sight. A pleasant man in a neat grey suit took her coat, and another, very dignified, told them they were expected. He led the way to another set of doors, and knocked before entering. "The Prince of Wales, Your Majesty." This is not happening, thought Bella suddenly. This is just unreal. But Richard held her hand tight, and they went in. It was quite a small room, really, though it had large Georgian windows with theatrical curtaining and a lot of gold tassels. There were several glass cases containing substantial models of trains, and all the furniture was antique and beautifully polished. But apart from that, it was quite home-like, Bella thought. The king stood up from a chair by the fire where he had been reading. He shook hands politely and asked if they had known each other long, but Bella did not feel that he was really interested. His eyes kept sliding towards his book. He offered them a drink, but seemed relieved when they both refused. He took Bella over to one of the glass cases in the corner, which enclosed some sort of structure with 2 huge wheels and a lot of moving parts. She had no idea what it was or was designed to do, and admitted her ignorance. The king beamed. "It's the engine of HMS Sphinx, a revolutionary steam paddle boat of the mid-19th century, designed by John Penn. The original is in the Institute of Mechanical Engineering here in London. He became their president, you know. Are you familiar with the Institute?" Bella had to admit she wasn't. Pity. Very good place, very good. Sometimes go to lectures there. They are building our future, Miss Greenwood. Engineers always find solutions. He showed her a couple of the train after that, and Bella couldn't dredge up any more intelligent comments on them either. She thought he was glad when they left. Though Richard said, "He took to you," sounding surprised. Bella was doubtful. "Really?" "Yes, really. He talked. He showed you the models. Normally it's painful introducing him to new people, but he liked you. He'll be a lot more relaxed next time now that he knows you. You'll see." He said a courteous goodbye to the king's servants, and they walked to his mother's apartments. There were a lot more signs of life in this corridor. Richard said uncomfortably, "Look, there's a protocol which might help with my mother. She gets to start the conversations." "I don't understand." He stopped striding down the red-carpeted corridor and drew Bella into a window embrasure. One of the men standing at the next door started forward, but Richard shook his head, and the man fell back. "Do you know about Fanny Burney?" "Who?" "Fanny Burney, 18th century novelist, daughter of the Master of the King's Music. Anyway, she did her time at court because the Queen wanted conversation." He seemed to be searching his memory. "She told Fanny that she had great difficulty in getting any conversation because she commonly not only always had to choose the subject, but also entirely support it. And the form hasn't changed since. The Queen picks the topic. Got it?" "Got it," said Bella. "Just for tonight, until she's got over her bait. Normally she's fine." "I'm sure she is." Bella could feel her heart sinking lower by the minute. To disguise it, she said brightly, "Did Fanny enjoy her time at court?" Richard was matter of fact. Hated every minute. Bella glared. "Thank you very much for the encouragement." He squeezed her fingers. "You'll be fine. Remember, you're not going out with my mother. You're going out with me." But either Queen Jane had got over her ill humour, or else she was very good indeed at hiding her real feelings. She could not have been more welcoming. "My dear, what a pleasure," she said, kissing Bella on the cheek. Richard never tells us what he is doing, so it is a great relief to find that he has a private life." Richard stood like a rock and said nothing. The Queen's rooms were charming, with great bowls of flowers in every corner, and some fine modern paintings. Not a hint of gold tasseling or steam engines, thought Bella, and the Queen didn't mention her husband, though she did say that the evening's music had been very modern, and she was glad to be home. "We'll eat at once. You must be very hungry. We're in the small salon, quite informal." She led the way to a dining room, where, as far as Bella could see, places had been set for at least 4 courses. "Now, tell me where you met my son." So Bella told her, and the Queen laughed a good deal at the story of the collapsing ivy. "I'm glad Richard had the good sense to stay and rescue you. Do you find you have a lot in common?" "Bella is Finn Greenwood's daughter, Mother. She's very adventurous." The Queen looked worried. "Oh dear. Do you sail, my dear?" "I'm afraid not." "Then don't let my son persuade you to try it. He has been wanting to go ocean racing since he was a child, and of course it's out of the question." "Is it? Why?" The Queen bit her lip and did not answer. It was left to Richard to say with heavy irony, "The safety of the heir to the throne must be assured at all times. Isn't that right, Mother?" To Bella it sounded as if they were quoting an official document. The Queen clearly thought the same. "That's not quite fair, Richard. Your father and I obviously don't want you to put yourself in danger." He sighed and said tonelessly, "Of course." She turned to Bella and said, a bit too brightly, "What do you do, my dear?" So Bella explained about her research into fish in the Indian Ocean and her new job in forestry research. "And what are you doing now? Spending time at home with your parents?" Here we go, thought Bella. Dirty linen, one pile, on the table now, quick smart. She said, "No, Ma'am. I'm living in London with a friend and doing a temporary job. My parents are divorced." "Oh, dear," said the Queen, and to Bella's surprise went on, "Was that very difficult for you? Broken homes can be so disorientating for the young." Bella said, "Actually, I never really felt I had my feet on the ground until my mother married my stepfather. He's a solid citizen, which my father isn't, and more importantly, he's always there when my mother needs him. My father is just as likely to be up a mountain or in the middle of the desert somewhere." The Queen leaned forward. "How interesting. Didn't you miss your father?" "If your father's an explorer, you kind of get used to it." "Yes, I suppose you do. I hadn't thought of that. And are you an explorer too?" "I wanted to be," admitted Bella, "but I don't think I have the temperament somehow." The Queen smiled at her suddenly. It was a real smile, full of fun and a sort of intimacy. Briefly, she looked very like Richard, Bella realized. Startled, she found herself smiling back, without reservation. "I think you are a wise young woman. I look forward to getting to know you better." In spite of all the courses, the meal moved along briskly. Bella couldn't face cheese or the delicious-looking chestnut and meringue pudding, and was starting to look hopefully at Richard for a signal that he was okay to go when the Queen rose to her feet. Let us go and tidy ourselves, my dear. Richard stood up. Oh, for God's sake, Mother. The Queen raised elegantly shaped eyebrows. Language, dear? He waved that aside. Hasn't this charade gone on long enough? The Queen stiffened. Charade? She said icily. Very like Richard, thought Bella. He gestured wildly. Quite informal. 3 different wine glasses and 4 courses for a simple supper. What are you playing at? Putting Bella in her place right from the start? Richard! The Queen sounded genuinely shocked. He said to Bella, Don't be fooled by this. We are so pleased that Richard has a private life, Guff. The last time I had a private life and made the mistake of introducing my girlfriend to the family, my mother told her that she was my little rebellion, and I would get over it. Isn't that right, Mother? The Queen looked away, as if he had not spoken. Come, Bella. He was almost savage. Are you seriously going to leave me to port and cigars on my own? Get real. Bella and I want some girl time alone, dear. If you don't want port and cigars, get them to make you a chocolate milkshake, flashed his mother. It's about your age group. And she swept out. Bella looked at him in alarm, but he just jerked his head to send her after his mother and sank back into his chair. Bella bundled after the Queen. She found Queen Jane had retired. There was no other word. To a beautifully appointed boudoir with mirrors and soft lights and cushioned window seats, plus 3 loos and 6 hand basins. The Queen was sitting in an exquisite little tub chair, blowing her nose rather hard. The air was heady with the scent of many perfumes. Bella sat down on the edge of the window seat and waited. Oh, he makes me so mad sometimes, said the Queen. I know it's not easy being Prince of Wales, and I try to help, but he just bites my head off. She blew her nose one more time and then blotted carefully under her eyes for good measure. I'm sorry you saw that. Normally we don't fight in front of other people. I suppose I was just so worried when I saw all the nastiness all over the web. Bella was surprised. I didn't see much nastiness. People were curious, of course, but it all seemed quite kindly. They were saying he was... Well, let's not talk about it. A dear friend showed me some messages that you may not have come across, and just as well. She patted Bella's hand. Now listen. Richard won't like me saying this, but you're going to need some help. The press was bad enough in the old days, but now, with the web and all those social networking sites, it's just out of control. I think you need a mentor, someone you can call any time that you have a problem. Thank you, said Bella, but my flatmate is in PR and she's been pretty good at guiding me up to now. Queen Jane looked relieved. Oh, that's good. So there's really only one protocol to worry about. Bella was non-committal. The Queen laughed. I see Richard has been telling you that what he thinks of protocol. I don't blame him, really. It must seem very artificial to your generation, but it eases the wheels with a lot of people of different ages and from different cultures if you just tell them what the rules are. I suppose I can see that. Good. I will ask a good friend of mine to call you and talk you through it. Lady Pansy helped me when I came here as a bride. She's utterly reliable and very kind. You will like her. The Queen stood up.
went to the mirror, fluffed up her hair, and tidied her makeup. "I'm glad we've had this talk. I do want you to feel that I'm on your side. Shall we go back and see whether Richard has murdered someone?" He was in the Queen's drawing room, pacing. The coffee tray was brought in. Both he and Bella refused a cup, but they sat dutifully making conversation about books and the weather until the Queen had finished hers. Then Richard leaped to his feet and they said their goodbyes and were gone. On their way to the car, he said, "Have you had enough of me tonight?" Bella gave him a naughty look. "What do you think?" At once he lost his impatient frown and bellowed with laughter. "Thank God for you, Bella Greenwood," he said when he could speak. "You might just turn me human again. Right, where? Back to the flat or my pad?" "The palace?" she said doubtfully. "God, no. I hate the museum. My flat in the Camelford house. George and Nell both have apartments there, and so has my grandmother for when she leaves Wales and comes to London. But we don't interfere with each other, and you won't see them." "Fancy it?" "Yes." "Good." And that was the end of chapter 12. How are we doing? Did we enjoy chapter 12? It was a lively chapter, yeah. Sorry for my little confusion at one point. I turned the page and it was hard. It was just really tricky to know who was speaking. It could have been either of the characters, and then particularly because the sentence included Richard's name, but it wasn't referring to Richard saying this thing. It was referring to Richard saying this thing coming. And there was another bit where the speakers were changing mid-line as well, which can be a little bit confusing. So sorry about the couple of mistakes, but I hope you enjoyed it. It was... I enjoyed the little King cameo. I thought that was quite fun. We're talking about musical instruments, I see. Who's mentioning the fife? Was that Mama Fox, I imagine? Or something? Yeah, I dabbled with a few instruments when I was younger. I guess the violin was what I was most competent with. And I used to sing a little bit here and there, didn't I, Mama Fox? Like when I remember when we were still in the old flat, like I was in the school choir sometimes and in a couple of orchestras with the violin and things, but I've not played for many years. Oh, and hello to Caitlin as well. Welcome, nice to see you. Oh, so welcome to Barbara, good times. Okay, so on with the show. And this is To Marry a Prince, Chapter 13. Can this last? Royal Watchers Magazine. The entrance to Camelford House was more forbidding than the palace's, with huge blank black gates. But once inside, it felt a lot smaller and a great deal friendlier. The gates opened as soon as Richard's car approached and closed noiselessly behind it, as a security officer came out of the small guardhouse to check them in. "Good evening, sir. I don't have a guest on my list for tonight, sir." "Spur of the moment, Fred. Bella, meet Fred, who keeps the bad men out. Fred, this is my lady, Bella Greenwood. I've no doubt you know all about her by now." Fred smiled. "Very nice to meet you, miss. I'll add
I'll add Miss Greenwood to the approved visitors list, shall I, sir? You bet. Good night, Fred. Good night, sir. Miss? Richard drove round a corner into a sort of square formed by a substantial 18th century house, a small Jacobean block, and what looked like a 19th century schoolhouse, its front covered in ivy. You'll need to check in with security whenever you come here if you're not with me. If I'm not around, just poke your head through the guardhouse door and the guys will sign you in. You'll need keys, too. I'll organise that. He led the way into what Bella was privately thinking of as the schoolhouse. Inside it was warmer and more comfortable than the palace. The ceilings were lower, and the art was less warlike. There was even an elevator, with gilded bars and a leather-covered bench seat around 3 sides of it. Richard flung open the doors for her. You must take a ride in Gertrude. Don't look down if you get vertigo, but Gertrude is a work of art. They wanted to put in something modern and silent that opened straight into my apartment, but I said no. She's part of my childhood, Gertrude. He patted the leather seat as if it were a friendly dog, and swung the hands of a floor indicator as big as a grandfather clock face. Gertrude clanked into life, and juddered sedately to the top floor. Richard's apartment was a shock. Bella had seen him in someone else's cottage, in Lottie's flat, and in the shared houseboat. All those places were friendly, book-filled, cosy. This flat was enormous. The main room ran the entire length of the building as far as she could see, with a pale blonde wood floor and minimalist furniture. Deep ivy-coloured sofas surrounded a low wooden table inlaid with an intricate pattern of pale woods. There was a cocktail cabinet at one end, currently closed up to reveal its flowing Art Deco lines, and a floor-to-ceiling bookcase at the other. No flowers or knick-knacks here, but a spot-lit alcove housing a beautiful urn, the colour of the sunlit stone of the Acropolis, and a huge painting occupying the whole of one wall. At first glance, it looked like a black-and-white architectural study of a ruined castle in the middle of a medieval town, but the longer you looked at it, the more you saw anomalies. Tiny touches of colour, staircases that couldn't possibly exist, hints of people just out of sight. A shoe, a drifting scarf. That, said Bella, staring, is amazing. He stood beside her and looked too. I never tire of it. Every time I see something different. He put an arm round her. The palace is full of stuff. People are always giving you things, and some of my ancestors were avid collectors too. And you never throw anything away, on principle, in case the next generation would like it. So my mother lives in an upmarket junkyard and tries to hide it with flowers. I didn't want that. You haven't got it. This is beautiful. There were windows all along another wall. She went to them, and saw that they looked out across lawns to another building. Is that part of Camelfield House too? He shook his head. Government building. So you're in this great big place all on your own? His eyes started to dance in the way she loved, the way they hadn't for too long. He took her hand and pulled her towards him. Not, he said, tonight. It was a good start, but things went wrong almost immediately. Richard had to leave to take a flight to Edinburgh the next morning, so he left before Bella did. And no one had told her that she had to sign out when she left Camelford House. So, in the middle of the day, she got a frantic phone call from someone in Richard's entourage of the day. asking her to call the guardhouse. She did, and a meticulous functionary insisted that she come back at once and sign out. She would do well to apologize to the officer of the watch as well, he said. Bella suspected that he was the officer of the watch. But she remembered that these were people whom Richard saw every day, and liked, so she complied. Then she had a call from someone who described himself as working in the king's private office. Please would she give him her date of birth, her social security number, and her passport number, also her parents and her stepfathers, and in future would she remember that it was not permitted to stay overnight in a royal residence without 3 days prior notice. "They're not exactly making you feel welcome, are they?" said Lottie, hearing Bella's side of that particular conversation. "I know. It's odd. Both the King and Queen Jane were very nice to me." But she rounded up the passport numbers as instructed. "You know, I think you ought to check with Richard," said Lottie. "I mean, it's odd. Maybe Wormtongue doesn't work for the King at all. What's his name?" Maddock. Julian Maddock." "Well, find out if Mr. Maddock is legit before you send him anything." So, for once, Bella called Richard. He answered immediately. "How's day 2 of being the first girlfriend going?" "Odd, actually." And she told him about the messages she'd had from the palace. He exploded. "Bloody Maddock! Officious little toad. Know what he's doing, don't you? He's trying to get you positively vetted." Bella gasped, coughed, and couldn't stop laughing. Sounds a bit agricultural and rather nasty." But Richard wasn't amused. "It's security clearance for people who've had to raid government secrets. How dare he? How dare he?" But Bella was still bubbling with mirth. She went into a very bad Russian accent. "I am Olga, the beautiful spy. You will tell me all your secrets." Richard laughed reluctantly. "Yes, very funny. But Maddock needs kicking. I shall speak to my father. What else has the House of Horrors thrown at you today, my love?" She told him about the officer of the watch, and her decision to grovel without protest. "I look on it as an investment in future goodwill." He groaned. "And I thought it would be the press that were the problem." "Well, I'll probably do better now. Your mother is providing me with a mentor." "A what?" "A mentor. You know, someone who's already done something and guides the faltering footsteps of a new recruit." "Hell's teeth," he said blankly. "The woman's got a mind like a corkscrew. Has she really wished one of my old girlfriends onto you?" Bella giggled at the idea. "I don't think so. She's called Lady Pansy, and when she called me this morning she sounded like Celia Johnson. Must be a good 75. "Oh, Pansy." He sounded more relaxed. "She's harmless. She'll probably give you long lectures about orders of precedence and teach you how to curtsy." "Coo-ah." This time Richard laughed as if he really meant it. "I love you," he said before ringing off. Dream girl. Lady Pansy didn't give Bella lectures on orders of precedence. She gave her a booklet bound in shiny royal blue, with the royal coat of arms on the front and gold lettering, and a book on protocol at the court of St. James's, revised edition, and a book on the royal families of Europe, plus a ring binder about the organisation of the royal household, London, with the internal telephone numbers of, as far as Bella could see, everything and everyone from the king's private office to the head groom. "Just a few memory joggers," she said sweetly, for Lady Pansy was very sweet indeed. Bella found her way to a sitting room off a back staircase in the palace for, as she thought, a friendly chat, and came away feeling as if she had gone 10 rounds with the Cookie Monster. The woman who had summoned her was tall and rangy, with a profile like a horse's and a lacquered back-combed helmet of beautifully tinted grey-brown hair that would, thought Bella, have withstood a force 10 gale. She was elegantly dressed in a dark blue dress and short jacket, worn with a triple string of pearls, matching pearl earrings, and a pair of well-polished shoes. So far, so golfing ladies, except that Lady Pansy smiled all the time and never stopped talking. She did not so much gush as swirl like the tide. She was, in short, unstoppable. She also called Bella dear a lot. It set Bella's teeth on edge. "I have known the dear Queen since she came here as a bride, and the Dowager Queen before her. Indeed, I was brought up with His Majesty's father. My own father was what is called an enquiry. You'll find out about that in the court here." And she added another tome to Bella's extensive pile. "Thank you. Of course. I have retired now. The King has very kindly given me a little grace and favour apartment in Hampton Court, but I come into the palace most days to give what service I can. Old habits die hard." She had a tinkling laugh that didn't sit very well with the horse-like teeth or a strident upper-class voice that could have stripped paint. "I suppose they must," murmured Bella. "Royal service is my inheritance. I'm very proud to serve. I have my little corner here," Lady Pansy explained, indicating a sitting room the size of a suburban house, full of 18th century furniture and a goodish collection of porcelain. "And I'm always available to help new people who join the court with any little pieces of advice that I can. Just ask me anything you like, dear. My card. My phone number." She gave Bella 2 small pasteboard cards, one simply inscribed with Lady Pansy's name in flowing gold script, one more businesslike with phone and fax numbers, but no email address. "You will find it all bewildering at first," instructed Lady Pansy, "but I shall be here to guide you. You may call on me at any time. I suggest we meet regularly." Taking a surreptitious glance at her watch, Bella realised that the interview had already taken 2 hours. Her discussions with Lady Pansy, she resolved, would henceforward take place on the telephone. But she murmured more grateful thanks, and Lady Pansy launched into a terrifying account of the hounding she could expect from the press. Bella finally staggered out with 2 cloth bags full of books and papers, 3 hours after she'd gone into the palace. She went straight back to the flat and lay down in the sitting room, in blessed silence. "Thank God I took the day off," she told Lottie that evening. "The woman made my head ring, and scared the wits out of me. She made me think the journalists and photographers would be knee-deep outside the flat, but there wasn't one." As it turned out, the press were relatively uninterested in Bella. There were a couple of pointed questions asked of Richard at his next public appearance, but he evaded them neatly. And a single photographer turned up outside Bella's office. But that was it. "Of course, you're not one of the candidates to become his princess," explained Lady Pansy on the telephone. "The serious royal correspondents know that and won't waste their time. But the riff-raff can be intrusive. When would you like to call on me this week?" "Thank you, but I think I will save that pleasure for when the riff-raff gets worse," said Bella, and put the phone down before Lady Pansy could object. Lottie, however, agreed with the courtier. "There's a lot of celebrity action at the moment," she said darkly. "You wait till the dead zone between Christmas and New Year. That's when we'll get all the pieces about Isabella Greenwood. Is she right for our prince?" "So what?" said Bella, who had just come off the phone with Richard and was still basking in his "Good night, dream girl." "I've got my love to keep me warm. I can handle it." She and Lottie were both wrong. The trouble started when an undercover freelance journalist approached Bella's mother in town. Of course, she didn't say she was a journalist. She said she'd heard the news about Bella and the Prince of Wales and just had to stop and tell Janet how pleased she was. And then she switched on her mini tape recorder and let Janet burble. Bella's mother didn't say anything untruthful. She said that they hadn't met Prince Richard yet, but hoped to soon. She also said they were very much looking forward to meeting the King and Queen. At this point, reading the article, Bella put her arms over her head and groaned loudly. And that she hoped to invite Queen Jane, a noted amateur golfer, to a round at her own club. Yes, she agreed, it would be lovely if Bella and Richard got married. Following your heart was so important. Only then the journalist asked if she thought that the family would object, and Janet got completely the wrong end of the stick. Her ex-husband, she said, could keep his silly opinions to himself and not jeopardize his daughter's happiness. Who cared whether he thought the monarchy should be abolished or not? He was never in the country anyway. It went round the wires in seconds. The next day, a journalist turned up in Cambridge, asking about Finn's behaviour when he was an undergraduate there. Someone found an incendiary article he had written as a student coming back from Paris, praising the French événements of 1968. A man he had fallen out with badly on his Pamirs expedition sold a highly coloured account of Finn's alleged anarchist ravings while they were in the mountains together. The headlines were grim. "Prince woos revolutionary's daughter" was the mildest of them. "Trotskyist totty in the palace," screamed the Daily Dispatch. Julian Maddock rang Bella and asked her for a list of all the clubs and societies she'd ever joined, particularly any political ones. He was, he said in a smug voice, commanded by the king to ask. Lady Pansy said it was most unfortunate, and that Bella should issue a statement distancing herself from her father. "Can't do that," said Lottie the guru. "Turns you into a sneaky little traitor, letting your dad down." "I wasn't going to do it," said Bella, more bewildered than anything else. Richard was furious. A television interviewer stuck a microphone in his face at a Christmas fair, and he lost his cool. "I am a great admirer of Finn Greenwood's work," he told a reporter icily. "I have read all his books. It would be a privilege to meet him." "Prince turns anarchist," trumpeted the Daily Dispatch. "Oh, dear," said Lady Pansy, worried. "Maybe you ought not to see each other. Just for a bit, you know, until all this dies down." But Bella was starting to get annoyed too. "The trouble is, people who buy the Dispatch can't read. They probably thought it said Antichrist," she said tartly. And somehow that got out into the press too. There were rumblings that the first girlfriend was too big for her boots. Not being royal, or even aristocratic, and sneering at the reading abilities of good working people. "Now I'm not only a trot, I'm toffee-nosed," she told Richard, trying to make a joke of it. But it was starting to hurt. She did not go to any official functions with him, and when they went to the same parties, they arrived and left separately. It seemed to her now they had acknowledged that they were seeing each other. They saw less of each other than they had when it was only in snatched secret moments. "I know," said Richard. They were in his flat again, curled up together on the huge sofa after a long walk and a lazy evening with a DVD. "It's like there's a conspiracy to keep us apart." Bella propped herself up on one elbow. "Do you think?" But at once they both shook their heads. "No, why would anyone bother?" "If I have the choice between cock-up and conspiracy, I go for cock-up every time," said Richard. "We need to spend time together, private time, that everyone knows about. I can't get away from Christmas, but I could do the Saturday after next if your mother invited me. And you could come to Scotland for the New Year." "Do you think that's wise? Lady Pansy said maybe we should cool it." "Pansy's an old worry-guts," said Richard disrespectfully. "I'm not feeling like cooling anything." He kissed Bella long and pleasurably to illustrate the point. After a long, complicated interlude, she could only agree with him. "Right," he said later, lying half-naked and wholly relaxed on his priceless Chinese carpet. "That's agreed, then. You square your parents. I'll tell mine." 36 hours entertaining the Prince of Wales on her own territory was all Janet Bray had ever dreamed of. She paraded him round the golf club, and he behaved, as Bella told him later with heartfelt appreciation, like a complete star. He laughed at all their golf stories, even producing a couple of his own. He admired their charitable fundraising, expressed interest in the club's upcoming centenary, and spent long, cold hours on the fairway playing around with Kevin and smiling for the local paper. The curious and children who came along hoping that the Prince of Wales would be in armour, or at least have a sword. His smile never faltered. Nobody would ever have guessed that he wasn't riveted by golf and golfers, or delighted with his day's entertainment. "You're really good at this, aren't you?" Bella said, walking beside him back to the clubhouse, her gloved hand tucked into the crook of his arm. "It's my job," he said. Janet's stock had soared with the ladies' section. "Good to meet the boyfriend that our Bella said she didn't have," said the witch-faced social secretary,
making certain that she was the first to shake Richard's hand when they reached the clubhouse. Her husband's new knighthood, as she had pointed out in the ladies' cloakroom, gave her precedence. "It is a great treat to be here with her," said Richard, retrieving his hand and flexing it out of sight. The lady social secretary's Botox did not seem to have frozen her iron grip. Such a privilege to meet family friends. Janet sent him a look of utter devotion, and he smiled back at her. "Hope you'll be here for the spring dance," said the captain of the ladies' section. She had changed out of her golfing clothes into a snazzy cocktail number, and was giving it lots of cleavage and flashing eyes. "It sounds delightful," Richard assured her, avoiding the cleavage like a professional. "Do you play darts?" said Janet, with an indignant look at the Mercedes driving Hurry, and swept him off to the ladies' bar, where he had a very jolly time allowing himself to lose by not too much in matches against the junior mums until Janet relented and took them home for dinner. She had wanted to invite her usual complement of guests, but Bella had begged her not to. "Let it just be us, Ma, just this once. Ask Neil and Val if you like, but nobody else." Janet was disappointed. "But I was going to hire a butler." "No." It was a cry of anguish. "But it must be what he's used to." Bella sat her down in the kitchen and took both her hands. "Ma, this is me. Forget him. Me. If he were anyone else, would you hire a butler? Did you hire a butler when Neil brought Val home?" "No," said Janet, struck. "Well then, just treat him like you treated Val. Please. I just want us to be normal for once." "You're a funny girl," said Janet, succumbing to her desperate tone. "But if that's what you want, darling, of course." So, supper was for the 6 of them. Neil and Val had driven over from Dorset, but after a good meal and plenty of wine, they would not be driving back again. Which made redundant the nice problem of whether Janet should allow Richard and Bella to sleep together under her roof. The Brays had 2 fully appointed guest rooms with an ensuite shower. Neil and Val would have 1, Bella the other. There was also a box room which doubled as Janet's sewing room and was full of spooky dressmakers' dummies and rolls of fabric. And there was Kevin's study. Kevin, who had given silent thanks to be relieved of the burden of a butler, was enough of a traditionalist to suggest that you couldn't put the Prince of Wales on a couch in the study. "Bella couldn't go on the couch?" mused Janet doubtfully. "Don't think he'd like that. Not very chivalrous." So Janet had given in, and Richard was to share Bella's room and ensuite shower room. "Thanks," she muttered to Kevin as she passed him in the hallway. "We owe you." It turned into a fun party. In the end, Neil pushed a coffee table into the middle of the floor and taught them all how to row to Viking rhythm. Kevin threw himself into the part, roaring out what he swore were Anglo-Saxon incantations. Even Val joined in, looking happier and more at home than Bella had ever seen her. And when they all said good night, Richard kissed Janet's cheek with genuine affection. "I like your mother," he told Bella, sitting on the end of the bed to take his socks off. "She's scared, but she's still in there, punching her weight." Bella was sliding out of the dress her mother had bought her last month,
but paused on hearing that. Janet had been so pleased to see her in that Bella completely forgot the thing made her look like a middle-aged golf wife. "What do you mean she's scared? What has she got to be scared of? Kevin takes care of everything." "No, he doesn't," said Richard. "He can't take care of her getting things wrong, being ignored, becoming a laughingstock." Bella dismissed that, half angry at the idea. "Don't be ridiculous." But hadn't her mother said, "I wish I were competent like you"? "I told you, love. This is my job. I meet people who are scared of doing or saying the wrong thing all the time. And believe me, Janet's a bad case. She's terrified." "Nonsense." "Didn't you see her when we were all playing Vikings this evening? She was never quite sure whether she was doing the right thing by joining in. Not sure we wanted her. Not sure she wasn't pushing in and spoiling it. Wondering whether she ought to be making coffee while the rest of us did what people like us do." Bella sat down on her side of the bed. "No," she said, but not because she still disbelieved him. "Oh, poor Ma." Richard turned and gathered her up into his arms, as if he knew she needed comforting. "She's like her daughter. She's brave. She took a chance and joined in." "You're quite a psychologist, aren't you?" she said slowly. But he shook his head. "I'm not anything. I just know what I see." Bella leaned against him, muzzy from wine and the pent-up anxieties of the last weeks. "And you're kind. So very kind." He let her go, flipped down her bra strap, and said in quite another voice, "Also a half-trained Viking and randy as hell. Get your clothes off, woman." And that is the end of chapter 13. Thank you for listening, everybody. That was a fun end to chapter 13. Just on the hint of raciness, as Tamari Prince likes to get from time to time. A nice chapter. A relatively long one. They can be quite long sometimes, the Tamaria Prince chapters. I hope it gave you time to settle into the reading. Sorry for a few mistakes there. I know you always tell me that I don't need to apologise, but there was a few more mistakes in chapter 13 than there had been in 11 and 12, but that's just how it is sometimes. But I really hope you enjoyed it, and that you're enjoying the story. I certainly am. I thought that was another very nice chapter, just moving the plot on a little, introducing a nice, fun character as well with Pansy. And I do like these little scenes with the mum and dad as well, with Bella's parents, or mum and stepdad, sorry. Nice to see Kim in the chat. You're still here. Sorry to hear you've been having insomnia though, Kim. But at least you're finding this soothing, a little bit distracting. Maybe it'll help you just to get some sleep tonight. Ah, that's nice, Claire. Nice recommendation there. I'm not sure if you've tried The Secret Garden, Kim. A lot of people find that one one of my most relaxing reads. And I'd have to agree, I think. Obviously, you've got the Harry Potters on the Google Drive. You should still have access to those. There's a couple of other quite calm ones as well. I think the guest cat is very calming. That's on the $5 audio library. The audio quality is poor. It's one of these really old ones recorded on my old mobile phone, but it's a very calm, relaxing story, I think. Yeah, I'm pushing on with To Marry a Prince, chapter 14. Obviously, this story can get a little bit racy at times, but I don't think there's anything too graphic. But yeah, if parents of children think that To Marry a Prince is a bit too heavy, then that's your decision, not mine. We keep things pretty family friendly here, but it's an open stream to be enjoyed by everyone, but equally it's not a stream for children either. So readers beware, you're in for a scare, as R.L. Stein says in Goosebumps. So who else is popping in? Wei Chen as well. Nice to see you. Another Foxy Book Club regular these days. Good stuff. Yes, Dracula Complete Audiobook Part 1 is on its way. 7 hours of Dracula for those of you that have not listened to it or looking forward to a nice smooth way to re-listen to those first 10 chapters and get in the mood for chapter 11 and onwards. Oh, thanks very much, Jin. Really nice of you to join us in the book club today. Thanks for saying hello. Don't you worry about lurking, Olivia. You can lurk all you want. Just enjoy the stream. Alright. I'm getting started. Chapter 14. What's your worst New Year ever? Tube Talk. It was their last chance to be alone together in the run-up to Christmas. Ian said he couldn't give Bella the updated diary pages. She suspected that was Wormtongue's doing. But she didn't sneak on him to Richard. For one thing, it seemed feeble. For another, Richard was desperately busy, rushing about all over the country and out of it. She knew that because she saw pictures of him in the papers and on the news. He did a goodwill trip to New York with a bunch of industrialists in tow and sent her a text from the dance floor of Bar Bahia. I'm boogieing for Britain here. Where are you when I need you? She laughed and texted back. Ready to boogie any time. It was really late by then, the small hours in London, and Bella knew she should have been asleep. Instead, she was sitting cross-legged on her bed, with a pashmina shawl round her shoulders and thick ski socks on her feet, trying to sort out some files for the evil dentist. Work was becoming increasingly busy as people dashed in to sort out their dental problems before the holidays. She wanted to get the whole system indexed and in perfect order before she left on Christmas Eve. There would be no handover period with her successor. Bella had rented a car and would be picking up Granny Georgia at the airport before driving the two of them and Lottie down to the New Forest for Christmas. Bella would spend the rest of Christmas week with Janet and Kevin before heading north to Drummond House, the royal residence on the edge of the Highlands, for the new year. She was not looking forward to the new year. On Richard's advice, Bella had braced herself for another little talk with Lady Pansy in advance of the invitation. It was an afternoon gig, and Lady Pansy had served up a terrifying list of traditions and customs for the new year, along with china teacups in position... along with china tea in cups of porcelain so thin that their contents were cold before the first sip. Bella liked builder's tea with a good slug of milk, or Earl Grey if she was pushed. She nearly gagged at the smoky, herbal stuff that Lady Pansy favoured. It was, as she told Lottie afterwards, somehow slimy and sharp at the same time. "Vomitorious," said Lottie, repelled. "Tell me about it." And then she went on forever about the family traditions and how they'd been spending New Year there since 1839 or something. I tell you, lots, my head began to spin. I'm not surprised. The woman sounds a complete pill. I don't think she means to be. She's very gentle and pleasant. I think she's doing her best to turn me into a good little courtier in the time available. But my family hasn't done anything since 1839, and I can't get worked up about traditions unless they have some point to them. Lottie grinned. That's my girl. Red Finn would be proud of you. Bella groaned. Don't talk to me about my father. I think he's deliberately trying to make things worse. He was threatening to write to the Dispatch about royalty grinding the faces of the poor in the dust the last time we spoke. One thing I'll say for Finn, he's consistent. So is Lady Pansy, said Bella, returning to her original grievance. Just look at that. She flung a bulky envelope onto the kitchen table. Lottie turned it over curiously. It had the royal monogram on the back and weighed a ton. What's this? Briefing, said Bella in a voice of doom. Briefing? For the New Year party? Yes. For 2 days? Yes. The woman's mad, said Lottie with conviction. Nobody reads briefings of more than a page. What's in all this bump, for God's sake? Protocol. When you get up, when you eat breakfast, where you eat breakfast, where you're expected to be at all times of the day, how to curtsy, how to drink the loyal toast. Did you know that some people are allowed to say, "The King, God bless him"? Not very many. Most people are expected to say, "The King," and shut the F up. Lottie boggled. Then there's the ball. Instructions on what to wear, skirt length and fullness of. Shoes. Shoes? Soft-soled princess pumps are preferred, read Bella out loud. Oh, God, it's like I've fallen through a wormhole into another universe. Individually the words make sense, but I don't know what they mean when you put them all together like that. She soon found out. Lady Pansy, it transpired, had taken the initiative. First off, a small box arrived from a Scottish footwear manufacturer, containing shoes that were more like unstructured ballet slippers. They were light and pretty, but too big for Bella's feet. Why doesn't the woman bloody ask? Fumed Bella, phoning the company. She was horrified to find that Lady Pansy had blagged them out of the company for free, as a gift to the Prince of Wales. They are nothing to do with the Prince, said Bella tightly down the phone to the Highlands. Please send me an invoice. Yes, for both sizes. I shall be paying. But that wasn't the only thing that Lady Pansy had ordered to turn Bella into a halfway decent guest at the royal family's New Year house party. A large, flat box also arrived. Lottie and Bella surveyed it cautiously. It looks like one of those old-fashioned laundry boxes my grandmother used to have, said Bella. They opened it. Inside was a ball dress. That's a ball dress and a half," said Lottie, extracting it from loads of tissue paper, an expression of fascinated horror on her face. It was shiny and very, very full. The material was so rigid the thing could have stood up on its own, but it had a stiff underskirt anyway, just in case. It was patterned in huge vertical stripes of purple, turquoise, midnight blue, and cerise. When Bella put it on, it turned out to have sleeves puffed to such bloated proportions she would have to go through doors sideways. It was beyond dreadful. "But it ticks all the sodding boxes," said Bella, beginning to gibber. "No slits, no bare upper arms, full length, full skirt, not black. Ah!" Lottie was studying Lady P's briefing. "Tiaras may be worn. I wonder if she's going to send you one of those too." But Lady P's initiative had worn itself out with the striped horror. "Stripes," she said, when Bella rang to query the purchase, "are very slimming, and puffed sleeves are so youthful. The Queen," she added as a clincher, "agrees with me." Bella put the phone down, defeated. But Lottie was made of sterner stuff. "Look, there could be a misunderstanding. Hope on, hope ever. Take a dress of your own as well." Bella looked at the horror with loathing. "I don't have anything that meets the criteria. I've got to do Scottish dancing in the thing. Me! You know me and dancing. I wish I was dead." Lottie was sobered. "Lady P has sent over instructions on how to dance Scottish reels. There are bits on the footwork and bits on the arm gestures. Only gentlemen raise their arms above their heads in the Highland Scottish, whatever that is. There's no namby-pamby gender equality on a Highland dance floor, I'll have you know. And there are even bloody road maps on the dances themselves." "Bella," said Lottie very quietly, "I'm sorry, but I think you're going balmy." "So do I." "Dances don't have road maps. Scottish dances do. It's deeply depressing." Of course, Richard, bopping away for king and country and bar didn't know that. He texted, "We'll boogie in the new year," to which Bella replied, "Wanna bet?" Almost immediately, her phone rang. "What is it, sweetheart? You're not getting cold feet about coming to Drummond?" "Not cold feet, no. But I haven't got time to do the necessary homework." "Sorry, I missed that. Did you say homework?" "Yes." She could hear the Latin rhythms in the club behind him. "Don't follow." She told him about Lady Pansy's package. "The dress makes me feel ill to look at. And the dance instructions are like preparation for an outward-bound course," she said in horror, "with crossword puzzles and charades thrown in. I may run away to sea." "Nah, not you. You're not a runner." "I could be. How the hell do you make an arch without raising your arms above your head?" "Ah, the reels," he said, enlightened. "Look, forget all that. I'll make sure you only dance with me or guys who know what they're doing." Said Bella, unconvinced. "Trust me. Just close your eyes and I'll drive. I came reeling out of the womb." "Oh, God. Don't worry, dream girl. I'll get you through it." "You'll need to," she said grumpily. but she felt better for talking to him. The week before Christmas was mad, with lots of parties at which she saw people she hadn't heard from for ages. Some of them knew she was seeing the Prince of Wales, but very few of them cared. Very few of them, Bella thought with a little chill, expected it to last. By lunchtime on Christmas Eve, the shops were empty, and the London streets nearly deserted. There was a fine fall of rain, but it was too warm to turn to snow. Both girls stowed their overnight cases and presents in the back seat of the rented car, leaving the boot free for Georgia's international luggage, and went off to Heathrow to meet her flight. She was coming via Madrid. Georgia strolled out through passport control, looking, as she always did, a miracle of understated elegance. She was wearing slim jeans, cowboy boots, a fringed alpaca jacket, and a pearl-white polo-neck sweater. Her nut-brown hair was shoulder-length, drawn back at the neck with a thin band. Her hair shone, her eyes sparkled. She looked like $1 million and totally in control of her world. "Who travels for 24 hours in a white polo neck?" said Lottie in awe. "She changed in the ladies after she landed," said Bella, who had travelled with her grandmother and knew her strategy. They surged forward and embraced her. "You look wonderful," Georgia told them both impartially. Bella took charge of her case and led the way to the car park. "Did you have a good flight?" Her grandmother was wheeling the smallest possible carry-on case. "I had a good book. The flight passed." She shrugged. "Now tell me about you two. Bella has a young man and a new job, I know. Lottie, what about you? Still enjoying London?" Most of the traffic had gone by the time they got onto the M3, so they had a straight run in a light grey drizzle, with Lottie talking about her job very amusingly, and Georgia asking all the right questions, just as she always did, in her soft southern drawl. They delivered Lottie to the Hendreds, had a cup of tea and a mince pie there, and drove on to Janet and Kevin's. "Now," said Georgia, as Bella pulled out of Hendred's Drive, "tell me about him. I can't get any sense out of either of your parents. How long have you known him?" "Not long at all." Bella gave her a rapid outline of events to date. No, you're right. That's fast." It was interesting. When she was thinking aloud, Georgia's southern drawl became more pronounced. It was, decided Bella, very attractive, calm and somehow poised. "I wish I were poised," she said involuntarily. Her grandmother looked at her quickly. "That's an interesting word. Does he make you feel inadequate? Socially, maybe?" He doesn't, but, well..." She described the New Year's briefing package. Georgia's sculpted lips tightened perceptibly. "How discourteous. Who did you say this person is?" "Lady Pansy. She's Queen Jane's right-hand woman, as far as I can see. Been with her forever." Georgia drummed her fingers thoughtfully. "That suggests she has no life of her own," she drawled. "You need to watch these loyal retainers. They can become very gothic in their devotion." Bella laughed heartily. "Not Lady Pansy. If she weren't so elegant, you'd say she was a horse." "Horses are very gothic," said Georgia obstinately. You watch her, and watch your back around her." Of course, she didn't say any of that in front of Janet and Kevin. Georgia's idea of good behaviour demanded a high degree of forbearance, as well as refraining from giving advice in public, or arguing either. So when Janet started to complain about Finn baiting the newspapers with his antipathy to the monarch, Georgia just smiled faintly and drifted away to somewhere more congenial. But she did take Bella on one side and say, "Are you really worried about spending the new year with Richard's family?" "No." But in the end it all poured out. The dancing by numbers Bella had never done before, the striped horror, the pumps. Georgia laughed. "My dear child, you just need a posh frock." "I've got one," said Bella gloomily. "And how?" "No, one you like and feel comfortable in. Look, you may not care for the idea, but I have a lot of my own frocks stored in London. We still just about made a debut in my day. Why don't we see if there's anything that you find suitable among them? We're quite similar. I think the size will be about right. They may be a little bit short, but if you've complicated dancing to face, that is hardly a fault." Bella agreed, but without much hope. She spent an edgy Christmas, sustained mainly by Richard's phone calls from various places in the world where British forces were serving. No wonder Ian had kept the diary from her, thought Bella, watching the TV news to see Richard jump lightly from a helicopter onto the deck of an aircraft carrier. He looked instantly at home, eager and friendly, and always a concerned, good listener. Oh, she did love him. She looked up suddenly, and found her grandmother's eyes on her. Georgia said nothing, just inclined her elegant head. But Bella felt as if she had been given her grandmother's blessing. She hugged herself. "You'll love him," she said, suddenly certain that she was right. "I probably will, dear. As I said, you and I are very alike." Richard met Bella at the station on New Year's Eve. Just him. No security officer, no press advisor. The station master touched his cap in a friendly way and wished them both Happy New Year, and Richard drove the big four-way drive off up into the hills, along an unmade track to the house. "Best view," he said, waving at folds of snow-covered hills to his left, and a sparkling, darting brook in the white valley below them. "It's gorgeous," Bella said truthfully. "But freezing. Hope you brought plenty of warm clothes." "Yes, I came prepared." Conscious of Georgia's alternative posh frock in her suitcase, Bella said carefully, "What will people wear to the ball tonight?" Richard glanced down at her. "Yes, okay. Don't rub it in. I'll be prancing around in a kilt, with a lace jabot and a velvet jacket. And so will all the other guys. I don't get a vote." She was taken aback. "No, really? You mean I get to see your knees?" His eyes glinted. "You've seen my knees, you baggage." "Not in public. Not to really stand back and admire them." She let herself dwell on the picture with pleasure for a moment, then said, "No, actually, what I meant was the ladies." He shrugged. "It's easier for them. They wear their usual rig. With mountaineers' underwear underneath to keep them warm, of course. Their usual rig? Yes. Why? He said, puzzled. She thought of the striped horror. Puffed sleeves, like a Michelin man's biceps, were nobody's idea of normal. I think I may have got the wrong end of the stick, she said diplomatically. Look, do me a favour. I've borrowed a dress. Well, actually, like your boat, it's more sort of inherited. Will you come and give me your opinion on it before we have to join the party? Richard agreed with enthusiasm. And later, he took one look at her in a Grace Kelly number with a soft skirt of misty grey silk crepe and... very elegant. So that was all right. At least it would be until Lady Pansy caught sight of it. Her niece, the Honourable Chloe, was among the guests as well. It would be interesting, thought Bella with a touch of cattiness, to see whether Chloe's gown was out of the school of striped horror. Richard took her down to the drawing-room at Drummond House at the cocktail hour. There was a handsome fire blazing in the great hearth, but a combination of stone walls and ill-fitting windows meant that the warmth did not permeate very far into the room. The Queen, greeting Bella kindly, seemed not to notice that she had failed to curtsy. Prince George, a taller, gawkier version of Richard, flapped a hand in greeting. Hi, the sooner the physical jerks start, the sooner the sound of chattering teeth will die away. A steward offered her a tray. Richard inspected it and explained its contents. You can have one of 3 sorts of malt whisky, or a concoction of blended Scotch, amaretto and Cointreau, which George invented last year. I don't advise it. I call it Drummond Hell, Prince George told her proudly. He had the reputation of being a bit of a hell-raiser, and Bella had been wary of meeting him, but she found she liked him. It was impossible not to. He was a Labrador puppy in human form. Bella took one of the glasses, with a word of thanks, and they moved further into the drawing-room. As soon as they were out of earshot of the Queen, she hissed, I hate whiskey. Don't worry, I'll drink it. And I forgot to curtsy to your mother. She'll get over it. But Lady Pansy won't. She looked really disappointed. You know, more in sorrow than in anger. Pansy's an old fart, he said brutally. Don't worry about it. Lots of people don't curtsy these days. I have tried, honest, but I just can't get the hang of it. No sweat. When you have to, it will come naturally. Bella was alarmed. When I have to? What do you mean, have to? You just said lots of people don't. Richard looked mischievous. Wait and see. Bella looked round the room. There was a smattering of dinner jackets, but the men were mostly in kilts, worn with crisp white shirts, a frilled or lacy stock, and a waisted black velvet jacket with gold buttons. They looked very fine. The women were more varied in their dress. If they had had the same instructions as Bella, none of them had resorted to stiff, shiny satin and puffed sleeves. Some of the older ladies were wearing long white gloves above the elbow. The cannier ones kept pashminas to hand. Bella saw that Lady Pansy herself was in a stiff violet crinoline that she had probably been wearing in the 80s. No black permitted, Bella remembered from Lady Pansy's notes. Low necklines discouraged, and sleeves were obligatory. Lottie had howled with laughter. "Where do you think they are? In a cathedral?" she'd said. But now, looking at one of her fellow first-timers who had ignored the spirit of the notes and opted for festive décolletage, Bella felt sorry for the woman. Diamonds and goose flesh was not a good look. She did not have long to pity her, however. There were 3 mighty raps at the door, followed by an ear-splitting noise like an elephant farting. Then the doors were flung open, and in marched a piper, kilt swinging. At once there was a scramble to fall in behind him. George hissed in her ear. "We all march round the room after him and divide so women go to the left and men to the right. Then we go down either side of the room and meet him in front of the doors and join up with a partner and go into a grand march." The name was vaguely familiar, but that was all. "Sorry, my mind's a blank." "Don't worry about it. It's dead easy. Just do what everyone else does. All you need to do is make sure that nobody queue jumps when you go to meet your partner. It's a favourite trick." "I didn't realise it was so competitive." "Blood on the floor," said George cheerfully. "Keep your eye on Richard. You may need to make a grab." And he waved cheerily as he peeled off in the other direction. "I will." Bella nearly lost him, though, when Chloe, in a figure-hugging lacy dress that was only just this side of decent, darted in front of her at the last moment, just as Bella was about to step out in front of the big doors to meet him. "Excuse me," she said in a breathy little girl voice that exactly matched her wide-eyed stare. But Richard was too quick for her. With a nifty, soft-shoe shuffle that Fred Astaire would not have been ashamed of, he slid momentarily out of his line and in again behind a grey-haired man who at once stepped up to the place in front of the doors. The Honourable Chloe had no choice. She gave the elderly party her hand, and they marched off together down the middle of the drawing-room, now cleared of furniture. As they met and followed, Richard took Bella's hand and laid it gently on his velvet-jacketed arm. "50 in love to us," he murmured. A terrible desire to giggle took hold of her, as she marched solemnly down the freezing cold, over-furnished room, and round the edge again to join up in 4s. The servants just about managed to clear a wide enough path through the furniture for the column of 4 to pass, but Bella had begun to see what was going to happen next, and there was no way they were going to be able to march down that room 8 abreast. "Someone's going to get impaled on a suit of armour," she said, half fascinated, half appalled. Richard kept a straight face. "It has been known. It is rumoured that someone forgot to clear away the piano one year, and my Uncle Leopold marched straight over it, dragging his partner after him." Bella folded her lips tightly together. Her shoulders were starting to shake. "Oh, God, I'm not going to be able to get through this lunacy without disgracing myself," she thought. And then they did all join up in an 8, and the lady at one end of the line and the man at the other did indeed have to vault over occasional tables and slalom round chairs. Above the clatter of falling objects, the art and cries of anguish from those who had stubbed their toes, the king's voice could be heard saying testily, keep time, damn you!" Richard bent his head sideways. "Don't worry, he's almost certainly talking to the piper rather than my mother," he confided in a whisper. Bella's ribs ached. she moaned. Suppressing laughter was becoming agony for her. "You're a swine," she said conversationally, keeping her bright smile in place. "Yeah, but I know how to do this stuff. So," he went into a mobster voice, "you need me, baby?" That was when the double doors at the far end were flung wide and they progressed, 8 by 8, into what Bella could only describe as a baronial hall. High ceiling, banners, serfs gathered round the walls watching. The lot. She gasped and would have stopped dead, but for the momentum of the group which kept surging forward. She stumbled, but Richard and George between them half lifted her off her feet, keeping her upright and moving until she had regained her balance. Keep up, muttered Prince George, in a very good imitation of the king. Bella gave a strangled gulp and her ribs started to hurt again. The piper got to the far end of the hall and turned to face them. The 8s all peeled off and formed squares, and the serfs, who now she came to look were just as well dressed as the royal party, bundled onto the floor too. The piper started to tap his foot. You could feel the whole room counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and they were off, circling round to the right and then back, hell for leather, like a cavalry charge. Richard said over his shoulder, "Next, stick out your right hand, left round my waist. You're going round in a star with the other ladies." Bella was still trying to assimilate this when he put his arm round her waist, flung her into the circle, and was galloping off round again. And when they completed the circuit, he switched places with her, and they went back and around the other way. Her head started to spin. It seemed as if every time she learned how to do a move and started to enjoy herself, the damn dance did something different, and did it fast. There was a good bit in the middle where you were allowed to stand still while other people did their thing, but sometimes you had to do your thing, and that was torture. Richard was really good at sending Bella off into the fray with a gentle push in the small of the back, but the other people in the set all seemed to know what they were doing, and helped too, reaching out a hand to steer her when it was feasible, giving her good clear hand signals when it wasn't. The music finally came to an end on a long chord, and she and Richard were bowing to each other. "Curtsy," he mouthed. "What?" But she looked sideways and saw what the other women across the set were doing. Bella copied them, and didn't wobble too much at all. "I told you it would come naturally," said Richard smugly, taking her hand as she rose out of the curtsy. He tucked it under the crook of his arm. "I'm going to have to do lots of duty dances, but I've lined up friends and experts to take you through when I can't dance with you. Have you got your dance card?" "A dance card? I'm supposed to have a dance card?" Bella shook her head, caught between laughter and dismay. "What is this? Gone with the Wind? Georgia won't believe it when I tell her." "Pansy was supposed to have sent it to you. It has the list of dances in it and a small pencil." "Well, she sent me a paper mountain, but I don't remember a dance card." "Not a problem. There will be spares." He turned to his brother. "George, would you—" "I'm on it." George disappeared into the throng like an eel, and returned with the prize. Richard squiggled his distinctive black R beside several dances, and made sure that her other partners were both kind and expert. "You can dance with George," he instructed, "but not in the Duke of Perth when he goes crazy, or the Irish Rover because he always gets lost." George agreed cheerfully. He didn't seem worried. Everyone has one dance that brings them to their knees. Actually, that's half the fun of reels. The catastrophes. Richard sighed. See what I mean? Dance with him if you must, but watch yourself. But it wasn't George who brought about the disaster. That was all Bella's own fault. Her partners, briefed by Richard, got her through the figures by a combination of timely, crisp instruction and sheer muscle power. She danced a thing called Posty's Jig with a gentle-faced, middle-aged man who was clearly an expert. It's an interesting dance. Oh, he told her in a soft Highland accent. Like a piece of paper that keeps being folded in on itself. 2 couples dance at the same time, while the other 4 dancers stand still at the corners and help them round. Very pleasing when it's well performed. It has balance. Good, said Bella doubtfully. She just wanted to scramble through it without falling flat on her face or poking someone's eye out, but she didn't tell her kindly partner that. And they would have been fine, she was sure, if they had joined one of the friendly sets she had been dancing in up until then, where the other dancers were happy to give her an informal push in the right direction. But unfortunately, she and her gentle partner were summoned to join the Queen's set, in which Lady Pansy was also dancing. And Lady Pansy tried to help by shouting instructions at Bella across the set. Sometimes these conflicted with her partners. It was a nightmare, with Bella turning right when she should have gone left, blundering too far down the set, grabbing the hand of the wrong man when they came to turn in the middle. And then real disaster struck. They were dancing in the middle of the set, towards the Queen and her partner in full regimentals. One couple had to make an arch, one had to go under it. If you're going up the set, you put your arms up, her kind partner whispered. But Bella had no idea which direction was up. She thought she felt a tug and started to raise her arm, but Lady Pansy, standing at the top left-hand corner of the set, frowned and shook her head. So Bella snatched her hand back again, just as the Queen and her soldier lowered their heads to come through the arch they were expecting. Well, Bella recovered, but not fast enough. The Queen's priceless tiara slid over one ear and started to fall. It lasted only a moment, less than a bar of music. Bella tried to look over her shoulder, but her partner forced her to dance on. She did everyone else, including the Queen, who, for the rest of the dance, held her tiara in place with the hand that she should have been giving to other dancers. Lady Pansy looked as if she would cry. Afterwards, everyone apologized. The Highlander was mortified. He could not understand it. Nothing like that had ever happened to him on the dance floor before. He begged the Queen's pardon again and again. Bella felt like a murderer. Queen Jane, of course, could not have been nicer. These things happen, Henry. It's not the end of the world. And to Bella, my dear, it couldn't matter less. Posty is always fast and furious. At least no one was hurt. Which didn't make Bella feel any better. Prince George, when he heard, went into mourning. You knocked Mother's crown off and I missed it? Not even a photograph? Since Father went and banned phones? Bugger, life's unfair. The Queen reattached her tiara and they danced for an hour and a half. Then dinner was served. The serfs at long trestles, which were put up in the baronial hall, the royal party in the dining room. Formal dinner with the king and queen was not fun. There were rules about when you could eat and when you had to stop. Twice Bella had her plate whisked away from under her nose before she had finished. Practised courtiers like Lady Pansy, she realized, hoovered their food in as soon as possible to avoid exactly that. "You could have warned me," she said to Richard on her left. He grinned, unrepentant. "My father hates long meals. He wants to get this over with and go back to his engines. You watch. He'll be out of the hall at midnight plus a nanosecond." "Really?" "Maybe not quite a nanosecond. We all have to sing Auld Lang Syne and give 3 cheers for the king. But after that, he legs it as fast as he can." "So the party ends at midnight?" He looked startled. "In practice, the king goes, the party gets going. 2 parties, usually. The reeling will carry on till dawn, but there's an alternative gig in one of the barns for anyone under 30. George is usually involved. Dodgy lighting, crazy music, that sort of thing. Do you want to go?" Bella smiled straight into his eyes. "Do you want to?" "Maybe for half an hour or so," he said. His voice suddenly thickened. He took her hand under the table and held it so hard she could feel the pulse in his fingers. She said softly, "Any chance of seeing you tonight?" He looked so astonished that she caught herself saying, "No, of course not. I'm sorry. Silly thing to say. Not under your parents' roof. Not with all those rules about when and where you can walk in the corridors." "What do you think all those rules are about, for God's sake?" Tradition?" "Yup. A tradition that grew up so that everyone could get back to the right bedroom in the morning without being seen by anyone who could tell on them." "What?" "Think about it. You spend the night with the lady of your heart. She may or may not be married. But anyway, you shouldn't be there. So what happens if someone sees you creeping back to your own room? Well, they shouldn't be there either. So it's mutual blackmail. Works like a dream." "You're not serious." "Trust me. No servant will set foot above the ground floor until 8 o'clock on express orders. Apparently, in my grandfather's heyday, it could get like the rush hour. Mind you, he had a particularly libidinous set of friends." Bella shook her head. "So, all these rules are just so you can behave disgracefully?" "Behave disgracefully and not get found out, yes." She looked severe. "It's not very honest. Not sure I approve." His eyes glinted. "Tell me that, and I'll go back to my own room, I promise." He silenced her by carrying their clasped hands to his lips and feathering a quick kiss along the knuckles of hers before tucking them back under the table again. Bella gasped. But the servants were removing the plates, and she felt someone's eyes on her. When she looked up, she saw Chloe Linnane staring down the table at her with an expression almost of hatred. It was so unexpected that Bella blinked. Yet when she looked again, the previous ditzy, vague expression was back. It was unsettling. At a signal from the Queen, the ladies retired. Bella would have missed it if Richard hadn't hissed, "Off you go. Follow my leader." In the boudoir set aside for the female guests, Lady Pansy came up to Bella. I see you found a different dress. She murmured something about the difficulties of packing when you were coming by train. Lady Pansy gave her a sweet smile that made her eyes glisten like flaming arrows. I do hope you're enjoying yourself, dear. Just a word to the wise. Yes? Do be careful not to put yourself forward too much. This is the big event of the year for these people. They look forward to it for 12 months. The young girls, and not just the young ones. She tittered in a way that Bella suddenly found rather unpleasant. All hope to dance with the Prince of Wales, like a fairy tale, something to tell the children. It would be very selfish of you to monopolize him and spoil their evening. Bella was not going to tell her that it was Richard who had decided how many times they would dance together. Thank you, I'll remember, she said tonelessly. I was sure you would. And Lady Pansy's violet crinoline bobbed away. Bella uncurled her fingers. Lady Pansy was seriously starting to get on her tits. Oh, Lord, she's the Queen's best friend, and I want to slap the woman, Bella thought ruefully. The rest of the evening passed as Richard had predicted. At 2 minutes to midnight, the band finished a lively reel, and someone switched on the radio. People began to look round for the person they wanted to be with at the turn of the year. The Queen, Bella saw, went to the King's side. George had acquired a stunning red head, and Eleanor... But then Bella saw Richard powering his way towards her through the crowd and forgot Princess Eleanor and everyone else but her own lover. He was standing in front of her. They smiled into each other's eyes. There might have been no one else there. The room fell silent. The countdown started. 1, 2, 3... Everyone joined in, even the King. The Queen, Bella saw, was watching her and Richard. She looked unhappy. 7, 8, 9... George had produced squeakers and was passing them round his immediate neighbours with an evil grin. 10! There was the first boom from Big Ben. Bella flung her arms round Richard's neck and kissed him fiercely. She didn't stop kissing him until the final boom was dying away. She fell back, startled by her own intensity. The light in his eyes made him almost unrecognizable. "Oh, God, I love you," she said under her breath, more to herself than to him. His hands tightened on her waist. "Never mind about that damned bop in the barn. I need to see you alone. Okay?" "Yes," she said, shivering for the first time that evening. And not from cold. George's squeakers went off in an appalling chorus. Even people inured to the drone of the bagpipes clapped their hands over their ears. "Happy New Year!" everyone was saying to everyone else. "Happy New Year!" There was a lot of kissing. As Lady Pansy had warned, Richard came in for a good deal of it from female tenants of all ages, and Bella saw Chloe Linnane into the bargain. "Auld Lang Syne!" cried the King, seizing a couple of hands and backing against the wall with his newly acquired partners. The Queen was not one of them. There was even a protocol to Auld Lang Syne, Bella found. She was used to a cheerful, drunken shambles, with people hanging on to the person next to them and then dividing into the middle cheering. In Drummond House, you sang the first verse. There are verses, she thought, standing upright with your hands by your sides. It was only the second verse. And there's a hand, my trusty fiere, and gie's a hand of thine, that you were actually licensed to take hands. She began to long for a good old-fashioned bop where you could do anything you wanted, with your own hands or anyone else's. The singing done, everyone kissed some more, though more sedately. They cheered the king. The king waved a gracious hand and bolted for home. The queen did not go with him. "Uh-oh," said Richard. "Not good. Will you be okay? I need to dance with my mother. Then we're going to be on our own way and nobody's going to stop us." He was gone for one dance only. When it was over, Bella saw him take his mother's hand. He seemed to be reassuring her. Then she saw a courtier hovering and turned away, dismissing her son. Richard came back to Bella. "Ready to return to the 21st century now?" She looked at him. "Is your mother okay? You've got sharp eyes." He was rueful. "We had a slight difference of opinion, that's all." "And it's settled?" "She's cool. Now, tell me, do you really want to go and dance in George's barn?" She shook her head. "Then come on. Let's go sort out the rest of our lives." That is the end of chapter 14. Thank you so much for listening. I really hope you enjoyed chapter 14. Sorry for the mistakes here and there. I was bumbling quite a lot today. I'm sorry about that. It just took me a little time to get warmed up. Yeah, it's one of those things. Sometimes when I don't pre-read the chapters or skim through the chapters, it still goes really, really smoothly and it has a nice sort of natural feel to it. And then sometimes it's quite tricky. I guess it just depends on your brain on the day, or how complex the chapter is, or who knows what. But I really, 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 really hope you still enjoyed it. I did my best. And I have noticed, this is not just an excuse, I have noticed here and there a few mistakes in the PDF. You do get that with PDFs sometimes. You know, most of the little bumbles are just my own errors. But yeah, sometimes it's that there's a word missing, or that there's a letter wrong here and there or something, and it can really catch me out. It got me good today. But yes, hope that was a nice listen all the same. I hope the rest of your day or night is as smooth as possible, especially with many strange things going on in the world at the moment. So stay foxy. And of course, read to you soon.